do that?
To 22.
Oh. Wait, so then how would it go from 27 down to 25?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern for episode 52. And guess what? We're a hot mess tonight.
Yeah, we'll make it through.
The doors are open. We're kicking off this caker, and we're going to see where this goes tonight. So, for announcements, we have no announcements for tonight. Outside of, yeah, we're live. We're over the hill. We're a year into this, and it's pretty exciting.
And technically one more week.
One more week, yeah.
D8.
So, with no announcements, nothing to bring up, we're going to go ahead and jump into a recap. We're going to cover a few things during that recap. So, first things first, we're going to go over the fact that last level you guys leveled up.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go through that information real quick, and then we're going to jump into the character recaps. Are you done?
Yeah.
Trying
We'll say that.
Mathing?
Yeah, trying to figure it out because last session at level 4 I was at 26 hit points and then it moved me up to 27 hit points. And I'm like, what? I didn't roll anything though.
Yeah. Did he help you sort it out?
Is your con bonus only +1?
My con bonus was +5.
Jesus!
What the hell?
That's what I said.
She's got high con.
At least it's, yeah. +5 from Constitution.
Okay.
She's our tank.
Yeah.
Good
Tanky
Lord.
druid. So, Scavert,
Yes.
where did level 5 take you?
Well, after the interactions with Bahamut and the events that have occurred, it's time for Scaver to make good on his dues and his vows to become a full paladin.
And what path did you pick?
Considering the events that have occurred and everything that led up to this moment, Oath of Vengeance seemed to be the most fitting.
Pretty groovy. Get a nice hit point bump or about the same?
It's pretty much the same. Ranger and Paladin actually share the same hit die amount. So not much really changed except for rolling extra die.
So you're still the backup tank.
Backup tank, basically. I'm sitting at a nice and hefty 62, I believe.
Dang.
Man, that's nothing to snort at.
No, 65.
Alright. What about you, Nikolai?
Well, did a lot of soul searching, and I saw a fun blood path for sorcery just by name. Clockwork Soul, so
Makes sense for...
added it. Like, since his mom was a sorcerer...
I just hear somewhere in the distance. I didn't raise him to be that way.
Since his mom was a sorcerer, he does have sorcery blood, so it just looked like a lot of fun. The biggest thing that was cool about it is when he does his magic powers, now he has glowing equations and formula on his skin.
I could twist that so much that you're like cursed and that it just burns into your skin every time, and every time you do that, it's just branding you.
That'd be interesting.
Like you have a problem
I was able to
with
pick
that.
up my first feat as well, actually.
Left or right?
Alright, that was a good one.
So yeah, I thought that was fun, so I picked the Clockwork Soul. It looks like a lot of fun. So.
Okay. Mongo,
So,
what about you? Where'd level 5 take you?
There we go. I am finally heading down the path of becoming a full-on alchemist. So I took that first level of artificer.
Oh, cool. So now I can have a traumatizing experience where you get your arm and your leg ripped off.
Oh, good.
I'll
No.
fix it for you.
So which one of my brothers is going to wind up just a talking suit of armor?
Different campaign.
Nikolai.
No problem.
If anybody, it's Nikolai.
Yeah, so you went artificer. I'm guessing alchemist route is.
Yeah,
where you're
that's the
headed.
only one that fucking makes sense. So
Yeah.
all the spells for that side, I'm going to try to put a chemical spin on.
So whenever you get like jiggy with it, it's gonna be My Chemical Romance.
Just about. Although,
The cringe over there.
since I never understood how one becomes jiggy with it, I doubt Mongo knows as well.
I mean, you could always spend some time with what's his name?
It was full.
Or
Cuban Pete?
Yeah, Cuban Pete.
Cuba Pete.
What about you? Cayenne, where did you go?
After blowing up a temple, I burned a bridge with a circle of spores, essentially.
Yeah, now you're heading down the blood magic route.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can't wait to actually get that over to you so you have that fully. I'm just working out some kinks.
Yes.
Rerouting a few things, but it's going to be pretty badass.
Oh, yeah. Also, still gonna work with spores, as I do still have that new book to play with.
Yeah, it's a different take on spores, though.
Mm-hmm. It's a different take, and but I'm still gonna keep my focus on more Circle of Blood and blood magic.
It's going to be fun. So, ending with you, and now we're starting with you. What happened last session for Cayenne?
Well, Cayenne found herself separated from the rest of the group for quite a while. She ended up in this place to where the ground, it was just nothing but a fog that was rolling over, nothing but bones everywhere. There were gnarled trees all throughout this place that had basically like these what you would assume were hanging fruit, almost like what you would see like cherries. Or to give a movie reference, to give you an idea of what I saw in my head, was the Van Helsing scene with all of the baby vampires in the cocoons. Essentially is what I saw, but it was, what was it, the vampiric kobolds
Yeah, it was...
that were being created in these things.
Yeah.
And not just a few, quite a lot of them. But being a smart horse lady, she didn't touch not a single one of them, even though the birds were very fucking tempted to do so. And Mama put her hoof down and said, fuck no. So we eventually found our way out and met up with the group, and we decided to move to a different portion, but it ended up topsy-turvying all of us. When we thought we were going up, we ended up going down. Like the song Up Is Down. And then we ended up finding our way into the into a room with what seemed like a normal big mushroom in the middle. Nope. That was a very angry priestess who wanted all of us to die.
Yeah.
But she ended up deaded.
Deaded.
Very deaded.
With a combo kill between Scabbard and Cayenne.
Yes.
It was really badass.
Still very angry at what that bitch did to my birds.
They're not happy. The
No.
birds are not happy.
No, not at all.
At least they didn't become Kentucky Fried Chicken, though.
Yes.
That was reserved for Mongo.
Right?
No, that'd be reserved for any bird that is not red or blue that goes after Mongo.
Yeah.
That's reserved for any and all birds that try that shit.
Kinku starts hitting on Mongo.
No.
Gives him flowers, dead animals,
No. No.
poetry.
No.
See, hitting on and flirting with him is
No.
different than actually stalking him as if he was going to be a nice fur hat, coat, or boots, or whatever, or dinner.
Yeah.
But one of the blades that she had was disintegrated, and I don't believe I picked up the other one.
No, you were going to, but then it gave off such a bad aura, you just decided to kick it and bend it
Yep.
and leave it.
Yep. And I'm definitely sure that told the others, no touchy. And then we moved on from that room to go into the big ceremony room where the god tried to say that we were foolish in what we were doing. But he was like, no, we go boom.
Yeah.
And boom we went.
Fused made the ultimate sacrifice for the group.
Yes, he did.
And then you made your way back to the ladies' hut.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I took some ashes from the priestess, and I left that as an offering.
Yeah.
I left ashes as an offering for the lady of the forest. And then, of course, Humphrey leaves an interesting... What even was it that he left?
Fucking crystallized blood.
Yeah,
Dagger.
like a crystallized blood dagger or something like that.
And then
Where he got that
didn't Noodle leave an eyeball?
Yeah, Noodle was kind of unconscious there for a little while, so I went into his bag, grabbed a still functioning and still looking and blinking eyeball. Why he has that, I don't know.
Why you gave that, I don't know. It sounds like it could have been something really cool.
We all made offerings and went inside. Let the lady know we fulfilled our contracts. And I got a lovely meeting with the spooky high priestess again. But she had a really pretty cat with her that has Cayenne's interest a lot because she remembers the litter that Osling and her cat came from, but at the same time, this one was a lot different. And ended up getting a book that only Cayenne can read that gives her more information on how to create her own spores.
The little mushroom children of destruction. Batteries not included.
No. It makes everybody fucking cry.
Movie's harsh. Then you got back to town and you got the biggest surprise.
Yeah. Got a lovely heart attack from Mongo of my piece of the horn moving elsewhere, but then was clarified that the reason it was moved is because the rest of the pieces were found.
Every last piece is there. Every last crumb, every last
Unintentional
fragment.
intended relocation.
Mongo, tag, you're it. What happened to you last session?
Yeah, dealing with a lot more gross shit.
That's new.
Yeah. Really need to get a fucking umbrella.
Could be like one of those really awesome gothic umbrellas where like there's little bats hanging around it.
I think we just need to weather coat your fur.
I've prestidigitated it enough.
Well, no.
It should be starting to fucking become permanent at some point.
No. Like, find some kind of herbs and make some kind of, like, tincture or salve that can be rubbed into your fur that won't make it sticky or matty, but it basically weatherproofs it so any kind of water, any kind of liquid won't stick to you. Just slide right off.
You just go in and Mongo's standing in
hydrophobic.
front of the mirror and he's put the lotion on the skin or get the hose again.
Or it gets the gross again. That's a good one.
So wrong.
You're welcome.
They call me Buffalo Meow.
No.
Anyway, carry on.
Buffalo Meow.
So, yeah. Episode beforehand, everybody got separated. The boys found each other. And then to start the episode, then we eventually found Cayenne. And got to work.
Yeah. Found yourself in the room.
Yeah.
With the high priestess.
Yeah, that.
You had each of you actually had a small interaction with before going into combat.
Yeah, the mushroom god, the douchety, as I like to call him, called every single one of our gods a bitch and worthless.
That wasn't the mushroom god. That was Cayenne's god. Her god called everybody a coward.
Well, apparently it fucking worked because they all decided to step up and handed each one of us something to take into battle, which I couldn't quite wrap my head around. Apparently the ethereal version of my father decided to let me borrow his part of his spell book for a little while. So I got to cast some shit.
You fucked shit up, that's for sure.
Hey man, I still say my original idea of casting fucking stone skin on her fucking flesh-based trench coat was a good idea. Just didn't fucking take. Gotta love them save or suck spells. Then, yeah, that fight. Apparently I made the priestess a little mad.
Just a little?
Yeah, something about blowing a hole through part of her.
Dude, it was like that one movie with Goldie Hawn and Bruce Willis where they're undead.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What is that one?
I forget the name of the movie.
I've seen that one. That one is pretty funny. I'll find the name later.
Alright.
Dead and
Is
Loving
it?
It. No, that's not it.
Anyway,
Death
carry on.
Becomes Her. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So she cast Silence on Mongo, which hurt emotionally. And then she fucking burned him with fire and reverse poodled his fur.
Which
that kind
hurt
of
him
stuff.
emotionally.
Yeah.
Emotional damage.
Yeah.
Start taking fucking psychic damage over there from all the trauma.
Right. But eventually, because of those two, she died. And yes. And then we went into the room. Scav decided he was going to try to drop a bomb somewhere and disintegrated that really cool shield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to get as close as I could.
That shit did not work out in your favor.
Nope.
No, it did not.
We gave all of the fun toys to Fuse. And then said goodbye to our little friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We proceeded into getting the fuck out, getting back to town.
You just completely moseyed over the
Oh,
what
yeah,
had
yeah,
been to
yeah.
you at the
But
ladies'
before
hut.
that, yeah, there was all that. But on our way there, we got a little bit of healing because we fucking needed it. Noodle. Noodle cast Mass Healing Word because he can do that.
Apparently.
And proceeded to pass the fuck out.
Yeah. He was unconscious for a little while. Yeah, got back to the hut, and we all got to have story time with the... I know there's a better word, but basically she was known as the Hag of the Forest. But she's actually creepy, but cool. Fucking weird-ass house. All the veggies decide to cook themselves.
Actually, so
But
does it.
a house walking on its own isn't weird to you.
That is just a wizard's mobile home that makes total sense if you fucking think about it. But the things that are preparing themselves to eat, that's a little odd. Yeah. Found out about my sister Sunny, which raised a couple of questions.
The fact that she's just dressed as a commoner and then she's with this orc that's super elegant.
Yeah. 37 questions to be precise. Not
So
like
yeah,
I was
more than a
counting.
few.
Yeah. And then we get back to town, and it's Wang Cayenne almost killed Mongo because he sort of buried the lead.
Yeah.
But it all worked out.
Yeah. Then, yeah, you almost got killed by her, and then...
Yeah.
And what about you, Scav?
Oh, there's a lot to unpack there.
Anyway, moving on. Nobody cares.
Wow.
Wow.
Anyway,
Well, we had finished What we were doing within the temple after, of course, dealing with the mushroom deity's avatar, their champion that tried to destroy us, and proceeded to beat the ever living shit out of it. Mostly thanks to Mongo's really good quick thinking on using certain spells from that book, and also it certainly helped with Cayenne and Scabbard, of course, working together. That putting a hand lantern into the deity's avatar after Nikolai covered it in the oil was pretty good. But of course, we lost Fuse.
Yeah.
It was a sad day. We ended up destroying the temple, though.
On the plus side, it defused the situation.
It certainly did. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Really? You really think she's ashamed of herself?
That was terrible, but funny.
You're happy he's gone.
No, I'm not. As much as a pain in the ass as he was, I actually loved the little boy. Alright, so
Just
after
imagine
that,
when you get back to town and Blip and Blop are so disappointed that their sibling didn't come back.
They're
yeah.
gonna flashbang all the tears.
Now,
That's going to be some emotional damage to deal with.
we ended up
I've seen it
going
coming.
back to the house in the forest where we stayed with the lady in the woods. And we proceeded to all have our own little visions that she granted us of knowledge. Everybody basically knew what they wanted, but Scabbard didn't know until he kind of just blurted it out and found out that apparently kobolds are actually just tiny dragons.
That was a bomb for you.
It was a huge bombshell for Scabbard and for the player. This is knowledge that nobody in the party except for Scabbard knows right now. And don't know if that information will be shared. It might at some point. But, yeah. That also led to some of the decisions as to why and how and what feat was taken and everything when going to 5th level and going full paladin. Also had another interaction with Bahamut again, which is the reason why he went full paladin. It was the deity's direct influence.
Yeah. So, Nikolai,
Well,
what fresh hell did you cause?
Just kick that over.
well, just before going to the fight with the mushroom deity's avatar there, he had gotten another visit from someone he doesn't know, or just some voice in his head or something. He doesn't know what happened there.
Cayenne
No.
are stupidly either low or high religion checks.
And had gotten an upgrade for Ace before going into the battle, which is really cool. He's now kind of like a Manticore styled steel defender. And he contributed to whatever degree he could for the fight by sacrificing a part of his machine, since it was broken already, to pour basically napalm on this mushroom avatar bitch for it to get lit up. And then at the end, after the cavernous explosion that destroyed the temple, and realizing that Fuse didn't make it, he just offered one of the last of his 4 sticks of dynamite into the chasm of rubble for his little buddy. And then we got back to the lady of the forest's hut, and he got some interesting information. Apparently his father left some type of copy of himself.
Yeah, that's a big one for you to swallow. Like, your dad just laid out fucking contingency plans because he knew shit was going to go wrong at some point.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So, and then we got back to, was it Willowfall? Is that the name of the place?
Willowfall.
Willowfall.
Yes.
Mage City.
And just as he walked in, he got abducted by Starbar for some reason. That's the last I know.
All right. With the recap done, prayer is done, level up's done. We're gonna jump into tonight's game. Buckle up, it's gonna be a crazy one. I can already tell you that much. So, Nikolai.
Yes.
So you guys see this 3-foot kind of like otter wearing like leather armor come over to Nikolai, and she's looking at each of you kind of like side-eyed a little bit, and she pauses for a moment, and she's looking at you, Kayam, because you're probably glaring her up and down like, who the fuck are you and why are you eyeballing us?
Yeah, my eyes are tracking her.
Yeah.
Every movement.
And she just looks up, she's like, okay. She goes over to her steel defender, and the steel defender just kind of looks down at her and just kind of starts gesturing a little bit, and she's just like, give. And the steel defender just kind of searches around, like looking through various pockets and takes something out and just drops in her hands, and she looks at it, and it's a crystal. And she gets it and she just breaks it in her hands in the middle of the group. And you just feel almost like a whoomp around you guys. Like
Whoa.
like air, like a high pressured air moving past you but not pushing you. And it's kind of like you went like when you go over a bump and you drop too quickly.
That drop.
I got a feeling we've been
Sounds
transported
like
now.
A certain old man of mine who decided to go over his favorite bump at 50 miles an hour.
Were you airborne? Were you airborne?
And
No.
she's like, okay, I put us in a sphere. It only lasts a couple minutes. I can explain everything quickly.
Okay. Well, so we didn't go anywhere. We're just in this.
Yeah. A few people are walking by. They kind of reach out and they touch the sphere, and they're like, oh.
Interesting.
And a
I'm sure
guard,
this is not by far the weirdest thing they've
yeah,
ever
a guard
seen.
walks up and is like, and she's like, and the steel defender walks over and stands in front of the guard. And you see the sphere actually move a little bit to accommodate the size as they move towards the edge of it, and the guard's like,
It's like, we're
Takes
doing
out
this,
its-
guard. Deal with it.
takes out a scroll and sends it off, and a few other guards come over and they're all looking up at this giant fucking bear standing there wearing full plate mail. This dire bear, or dire Albert. God, my brain is not on that note tonight. And Starbar is like, look, I've talked to Plume Tree. He's in the captain. We're giving you passage to the to Casil. There are things to deal with there and whatnot. I hope you guys don't mind flying. She looks over at you. Right. Throw-up bags for you.
Flying? You mean we're going...
Airship, brother. Airship. It's
Yes.
so cool.
On
It's,
an airship, sorry, some of us have gone flying before without a ship and usually wind up with branches and twigs in holes.
oh, well,
So you may want to clarify
don't
that.
walk near the edge of the ship. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you fall off, it's not our responsibility to retrieve your body. You're on your own.
Thanks. Good to know.
There's urgent matters for you to attend to in Casil.
For me?
Yes, you.
Why me?
I'm not going to explain it here, but there are reasons, and I'm sure each of you have business to attend to in Casil. You have a little bit of time before we leave, of course.
Oh, okay. When are we leaving?
When you all approach me and say we're leaving, I mean, you only have 2 days.
Okay.
They want you there with urgency, and I'm sure since you guys just walked back into town and it was my turn to sit here and wait for you guys, it's I'm pretty sure you have a few things to tidy up before we vamoose.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So, there
So
goes the
you and your
sphere.
crew have been requested to take us to Kazeel.
And the sphere just kind of goes down. She's like, well, I'm going to go take care of some business. You guys have a pleasant day and take care of whatever you need to. Just kind of find
Quickly.
Tree or myself.
Okay.
I'll be staying at the tavern.
All right.
Okay.
And you guys kind of look around a little bit. Docked right outside of town, you see this the airship that she works on. Basically docked there with there's like a platform that's been lowered down with a few guards around it. And you see there's one, like, it's a warforged. He's just kind of like, he's propped up leaning there, and he's just kind of like reading a book. And it's just a book of poetry. And
I don't know this Warforged, but I fucking love him already.
and next to him you see this giant fucking sword that's basically stuck into the ground. And he's just sitting there just reading a book of poetry every once in a while.
A warrior poet. Love it.
And if you want, you can do a perception on him.
Sure.
Everybody just starts busting out dice. They're like, oh, it's an interesting character.
I'll take that natural 20.
All right.
12.
That's great animation for my dice.
Every time. 12,
22.
22. Damn.
Natural 20, 22, and then us.
I got burnt on my luck earlier.
Eat shit and die, motherfucker.
That's what happens when you roll a lot of 20s.
So you guys, it did need to be a rather high roll, but you pick up that he's actually reading various kinds of poetry, and he actually has a satchel on, and it's filled with a bunch of different scrolls and books and whatnot of different kinds of poetry.
That's cool.
You do pick up, though, that he actually has a squirrel sitting on his shoulder that's reading over his shoulder.
Aww.
I met this guy, didn't I? I
No.
met this guy already.
No, and go fuck
Okay,
yourself.
Thank you.
So, table is yours. Where are you guys off
Did the
to?
squirrel look like just a normal feral squirrel, like a red squirrel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, there's a squirrel from another campaign.
Doesn't
Make sure it wasn't him.
Doesn't have a mustache. That squirrel is so cool.
That squirrel can go in hell and die.
I don't know why everybody hated that squirrel. It was a cool squirrel.
Yeah, that squirrel is notoriously not liked.
Bad and bad.
So, where are you guys going? What are you doing?
I'm going to go to the Druid Circle
Alright.
because I figure that's where Osling would be at if she's not at our base, essentially.
Home base? Okay. Where are you off to?
Gonna hit that discount magic shop.
Go talk to your favorite bestial friend?
Just about.
Yeah. Nikolai?
Well, he probably definitely wants to go say hi to Aerith. I did want to stop by the Tinkerers Guild to get some type of help and what to do about armoring up Ace so he's not so squishy. It seems all the time.
Yeah, the guards are still kind of meandering around in the area, just kind of looking at each other, it's kind of like since you can't see their faces, but you can read their body language. It's like, who the fuck was going to take on that thing?
Yeah. One of us should have said something, but that could have been the last something we ever said, so...
Yeah, its claws basically look like a bunch of daggers. What about you, Scav?
Probably need to go to the palace. I need to see if I can speak with the Lord and Lady and possibly see if Feisty.
Yeah.
We've also got varying contracts we got to cash in too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And talk to people because we.
That's one of the reasons why I'm heading to the palace.
What time of day is this?
It's later in the afternoon.
Later afternoon?
Yeah.
Oh.
You kind of all look around at each other, and it's kind of like one of those weird, bittersweet moments. You're a family, you're reunited, you got back to town, you had this small interaction with someone, and then nobody really says anything as they head off in their own directions, and it's just kind of like, so you kind of head off. It's like once business was done, everybody just kind of scatters to the wind in their own directions, and you're just kind of standing there like you're looking at what the contract's on go, and you're like, oh, God, no. And you look around, and everybody's just gone.
Well, see you soon.
Yeah, it doesn't take you too long to get to the Druid Circle. You know where it's at. And, Osling's not there, but your favorite little, kobold is there.
I'd be waving frantically toward her.
She looks over and she's like, hello. Hi.
Hey.
Is this one of your people's greetings?
Yes, just waving hi.
And she just kind of rests her staff against herself. You've been gone a little while.
Yes, did something very important that you would find interesting.
Ooh, do tell.
Basically exploded a temple
That is exciting.
because the deity residing over the temple wanted to basically take over the human world in their eyes of perfection. They were corrupting the forest where we were.
Ooh, that's bad. That's very bad.
But it turns out that a cabin we stayed in belonged to the lady of the forest there.
She's not so bad, is she?
Mm-mm.
Oh, she makes a really wonderful tea.
Yes, we got to have a self-prepared meal.
You know, did you actually ask her for... Oh, you wouldn't know about that. A chicken special. The chicken just walks in on its own, jumps on the thing, and the knife just does everything right there, and all the letters just come off all at once. It's impressive.
That we didn't ask about, but we did get tea. We got all sorts of really nice things. I also got to speak to the lady too, and she's proud of the work that I've done.
That's good.
Her priestesses are definitely something to get used to.
Oh, yeah. They definitely are, and so are her knights.
I did get a lovely vision of what I assume was a possible, like, paladin, maybe? That was terrifying.
They get bigger.
Oh, no. Lovely.
There's an old fable, a poem more or less, that of rumors that another god tried to encroach on her, and they were unable to kill her paladins. As soon as they fell, they re-rose to do her bidding, even from the ashes.
I like that.
Well, that's terrifying. Gigantic ass Energizer Bunny paladins.
That
They
never
just
die.
keep going and going and going.
Dad, you look terrified over
I
there.
don't like the sound of that. That sounds really like it just sounds like an overall bad time.
For those on the opposing side, yeah.
I've also...
If they're on your side,
I found out more about my family's bloodline as a gift from the lady.
You must have made her really happy.
She wanted that deity gone. Like, that entire forest we encountered was just evil. It was just 100% evil. It was taken over by spores that were just completely monstrous. Like, there was no control over them. Like, we even encountered a lovely golem. That was fun.
Oh, there's some really odd golems out there. Watch out for the ones made of meat.
sorry, made of what?
Meat?
There are some necromancers that prefer to resurrect people in less delightful ways and make golems out of leftovers.
I'm gonna have to ask Osling about that one. Definitely going to have to ask my sister. And speaking of which, by the way, apparently in my family, from the vision that I saw, it's common for twins. Apparently my mother was a twin.
That's actually really interesting.
It's very interesting, but it's very confusing, but...
Well, I suppose it's a good heads up, so if you ever have a daughter, you're going to have daughters.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me.
She just kind of smiles, and it sounds like you had quite a wonderful adventure.
I did. I found out that my weapon has more abilities than I was expecting. I don't know if it was because of the wild magic, or if it's just because my weapon is just that awesome, but I summoned a portal somehow.
Huh.
I didn't even think to do so. I just wanted to stab the bad dude, and no, I'm going to summon a portal and donkey kick it through the portal to the elemental plane fire, and then it go away.
I hear that they have a rare import that they quite like, but they're very hard to get a hold of. These things that food people refer to as marshmallows, but they tend to melt rather quickly there.
I'll see if there's anything akin to that here in this town, actually. If I see any, I'll grab you some too.
Mention of food. She just looks at you and she's like, well, you could always go, and she kind of turns a little bit, just kind of like, shuffles around. Go ask the Wiggly Fingers if, they can actually identify your staff for you.
That's very true, because I have not had it identified before. All I know is that I had it created by a Warforged a while ago.
That's interesting.
So maybe one of the Wiggly Fingers at the school might actually know of the Warforged who made the weapon, might actually have more knowledge into what they used to do.
Warforges spook me, but they're actually okay people.
I've had nothing but good instances with Warforged beings so far. Except in my past, that one I don't remember their name, but that was rough. That was a rough part.
Just gotta sand it out. Oh.
Player remembers the name.
Yeah.
Character does not.
Players remember the memory of that very badly.
Yes.
Oh.
Especially two of us at the table.
I think that was very traumatic for one of them.
Yeah. She just kind of smiles at you, and she's like, well, it seems like you had quite a good time.
I did. It was the first time that we had experienced heavy combat in a while. It was a bit terrifying, but I thought I would tell you about it.
Well, once you get yourself sorted, you can come back and I will be here, and then we can have some discussion over tea about it.
Yes.
I got this new herb blend. It's really good.
I will definitely give it a try when I come back. But
She just smiles.
I need to find my sister, make sure the mushrooms have not overtaken everything or eaten everything.
Find out there's a new one.
Oh my...
4 new ones.
No! I don't need Blip and Blop making beep and bop.
Beep and boop.
Bebop boop. It's
No.
like
Blip, blop,
No.
beep, bop.
they come up with a new attack, epilepsy warning.
No!
Boom! She's
One
about
of them
to die.
eventually needs to be called Bim Bim Bop. Because we keep making food references. One of them's got to be named after food, and I think it fits.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck you do, or she. I have no idea, but that's player vote.
So you head off to go find Osling, which she's probably at home.
Yes. And then definitely going to deal with the contracts after that, because this news is kind of important.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take my time getting there.
Mungo,
Yes.
where you going? What you doing?
Heading down to that magic shop.
Okay.
see if they've got any new spells or anything.
Okay. You go over to the magic shop. It's later in the day. There's a sign on the door that says closed for dinner.
Oh, well, fair enough. So I'll head somewhere else.
Okay.
I did say that I was going to pick up a crowbar, so I'm going to find a place to get a crowbar.
Let's see. Let me look at some.
There's Scav's in-laws.
The
that is
most general of general stores?
Yeah.
You have met them too.
This
so
is
they
true.
know you.
That's stuff we can just kind of go past and do that on the side.
Okay.
I'll give you the coin amount. It's easy enough. Yeah. Where would you go after you deal with that?
Trying to think of all that stuff. Probably head back.
Back to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Nikolai,
Yes.
where are you going, bud?
Well, from where he is, which would be on the way first? The Tinker's Guild or the Squeakeasy?
The Squeakeasy would be first.
Okay. Head over to the Squeakeasy. Say hello to
It's such a cute
Sven's
name.
friend and hang out, have a drink or two, and then go over to the Tinker's Guild and then head back home.
Okay. Yeah, she's there. And, you see, like, all these, like, see various, like, bits and bobs laying across the table.
Uh-huh.
And, you see that she's kind of expanded her shop a little bit.
Yeah. So, yeah. Lead in with Ace. And then from on top of Ace, like, hi!
She looks over and she's like, oh, look, if it isn't my favorite cunt.
Wow! Survived!
Yeah, well, if you weren't alive, you wouldn't be talking to me right now.
Yeah, that's true.
You'd be dead
Look at
and
Ace.
rotting.
Isn't he cool?
Ace is going to try and strike a pose.
I would have shown him how to do something.
Ace goes to strike a pose, but it's that really awkward, like, smile that Arnold does in Terminator 2.
Trying to look like a fucking badass.
Oh no, the one that's from the deleted scene where he's trying to smile and it just looks so tortured and cursed.
The monkey grin.
Yeah. Yeah. And
So,
she's
what's
like,
you been up to?
Right. Well, I know who the better two of you that are better looking. It's definitely the monkey.
Wow. I mean, he is really cool looking. I'm just a mouse.
Rodent.
You're a rodent too.
At least I got more class than you.
Uh-huh. Sure you do. So what you been up to?
She just looks at you and she's like, look, I have my own shop. I have my own, like, you know, tinkering thing going on. And you don't.
Well, I made this.
The machina.
Yeah.
One of the arms just falls off.
Yeah, it needs to be fixed.
And she's just like, it shows.
Damn.
Look, you tried keeping things, like, perfectly fine while getting shit, like, blowing you up and, you know, throwing you across, you know, caverns and stuff. See how well you do.
You see, I'm smarter than that. I hire people like you to do that, so I don't have to.
Oh, so you're a chicken.
Oh no, it's not called being a chicken, little man. It's called being smart and investing.
So yeah, so you've been expanding your shop a little bit, working on your tinkering.
Permitted to at this point, yes.
It's awesome. So apparently we're headed to get sealed really soon, within the next couple of days.
Oh, be sure to visit the underground there.
Is it the underground? Do you have a name you can give me?
No.
No?
People come and go, and they're very protective of names there.
Should I drop your name?
No.
Okay. Anyway, so will I have a drink or something?
Sure.
Do I have a drink?
Yeah. Well, you're having a drink with her.
Yeah, yeah.
Scav.
Make my way to the palace, of course, to see the Lord and Lady.
One of the guards immediately stops you and he's like, business?
Of course. I'm Scabbard. I'm here to see with the Lord and Lady.
He looks over, he's like, who the fuck is this guy? He's just some fucking kobold.
You said King Scabbard because you are King Scabbard.
Well,
And you see him just talking back and forth like, yeah, who the fuck is he? He's just some fucking kobold and he looks dirty.
King Scabbard of Essencrest.
They're like, oh, is that like your, like, quarters or something that you deemed yourself a king? I mean, a fucking kobold deeming themselves king.
Right.
They're like, there ain't no fucking king kobolds.
Clearly, you are unaware of the King Seagate of the Obscura.
The fuck is that?
How uncultured are you?
Wow.
They're just guards, man.
Never mind. Can you please let the Lord and Lady know that I am here to speak with them?
And guy's like, he holds out a hand, expecting payment for his trouble.
Very well. I pull out and show the signet ring that I got from Sir Mir.
Who'd you steal that from?
This was given to me from Sir Mir.
Well, actually, it was given to you from your father.
That's true. It was from my father, which was handed to Sir Mir to be given to me.
Takes it, looks at it. Alright, I'll be right back. About 10 minutes go by or so. He eventually comes back, and it's the sister is with him, and she has a ring in her hand, and she's like, Scabbard?
Do we bow?
And she bows back, and the guard looks over like, what the fuck is she bowing to a kobold?
How have you been?
She's like, come in.
Of course.
And she pauses for a moment at the door, and she looks at the guard, and she's like, your uniform's untidy. And he's like, ma'am? She's like, it's not pressed, it's not tidy, you're out of uniform according to our rules. She's like, you're on toilet duty for the next week. And the guard's just like, and the other guard just kind of tries to stifle a laugh as the lady heads in and closes the door. It's the princess, but she still has pull, man.
No, she's fucking great. We love her.
And she's like, how you doing, Scabbard? You look rough.
It's been a rough past few
And
days.
you smell terrible.
Yeah. I don't suppose you happen to know prestidigitation. Or of an area that I can get cleaned off before I speak with them.
And she stops one of the house people, and and they're just keeping their distance because they can smell, and they're like, yeah, bath.
That would be best.
Magical bath.
Let's just say dealings with dark gods and blighted temples are not pleasant.
She's like, right. I'm not sure of your business, but it's not my place to ask of your business and what foul things you were crawling in. Judging by your appearance and the smell, it was pretty foul.
You think I'm bad? You should see how bad it was for poor Nikolai and Mongo. Granted, they didn't almost get torn apart.
You were the chosen one!
Yo, Mongo got Anakin.
There, you're like you were like that bacon that got left in the pan.
Needless to say, that
Crispy kitty?
the blight that's been growing in the forest shouldn't be a problem.
You
Soon.
would talk to my mother or father, and
Of course.
in the servant's like, follow me.
I do apologize.
They're like,
behind.
oh, you smell terrible.
Yes. I hate it.
And they take you to a basically like washroom, and you're allowed to get cleaned up and go through the processes of that. And it takes a while, but eventually you are clean and spotless, and you're just wearing like basically clothes on loan essentially while they take care of all the gear you have on you.
Make sure to keep that signet ring with me.
Yeah.
So people know.
And they eventually lead you to the
Go to speak to
royal chambers
Quasi
essentially.
royalty, smelling like a turd.
Oh no. I wanted to get cleaned up there.
And it's the fuckwards lord.
The fuck word's lord, huh?
Lord fuckwat.
The Lord and Lady are there, yeah?
It's just the Lord.
Oh, just the Lord? We'll go ahead and bow before the Lord.
He looks over it and he's like,
Oh. It's good to see a very friendly, familiar face.
It's like royalty with Tourette's.
imagine meeting royalty like that. You can't make fun of Tourette's.
Sorry, guys.
What?
I said I'm broken. Sorry, guys.
Apparently I broke this side of the table's
Happen
gone.
often. We'll go ahead and, of course, bow before the Lord and let him know that, hey, things are good now. I'm kind of broken, too.
He comes walking over just in his glasses a little bit. He's like, oh,
Oh, it's good to see a familiar face. A friendly one, too.
I'm happy to see you too, Scabbard, and I'm glad you're not dead.
Yeah. Unfortunately, one of our allies are, though. None of these siblings, of course.
He pauses for a moment. He's like, he looks at you. He's like, it's not feisty, is it?
No, Feisty was here.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Speaking of which, how is she doing? I've been longing to be able to see her again.
Well, the lady's taking care of her, and a servant comes in and it has like refreshments, like drinks and a couple of snacks, and the Lord reaches out and just tries to take the dish from them, and they're like, sir, and he's like, give me the dish, and they're like, go find the lady now. And the servant's like, okay.
Fucking love that guy.
Scabbard, you want anything on this?
We'll take a look and see.
There's like various fruits, a few pieces of like, cured meats. There's a couple goblets of water essentially, and
We'll go ahead and of course, take some fruit, a piece of meat, and a goblet of water. Thank you very much.
he's like, we're standing here in the middle of the room once again. He just kind of crouches down and sets it on the floor.
Well, we should probably go and have a seat. There's a lot to be discussed. And some of it is troubling, but some of it is good news as well.
He goes and sits down with you, and he's like, so, what's the news that you bring?
Well, do you remember the problem with the city's kobold incidents?
The what incident?
The goblins? The vampiric goblin kobolds?
I'm not aware of any incident, but I'm glad it's probably taken care of.
Well, not exactly. It turns out that there is potentially a rogue wizard, specifically a drow, a worshipper of Lolth, that's been creating these things.
That's not good at all.
No. I figured that it would be really important that you and the lady, of course, being that she is essentially the keeper of the Magic City, would know about this.
Suddenly you're just pinned to the ground.
Oh!
And Feisty just wrapped around you. And she just licks you across the face. And it's just like that barbed tongue just...
Oh, the ouch, but also, like,
Yeah.
the love.
And she just starts kneading you with those massive
Just
four paws.
grab and squeeze.
You grab and squeeze, and it's basically just one of her paws and forearm.
I miss you too, Feisty.
Because she's so big.
That means
Oh, okay, now you're doing it.
Feisty's back.
Sparta's the baby.
Oh,
And she's just kneading you with those four massive paws that just dwarf you in size.
just like the happiest little like kobold chirp.
So it looks like a finger from like each one, basically.
Yeah. Little crocodile, little laser sounds.
Little laser beams.
Yes.
Oh, it's good to have you back.
And she just flops all of her weight on top of you.
Can't breathe.
And the lady's like, I think she missed you.
Yeah. Help.
Feisty, what did we say about laying on people without permission? And Feisty just, oh.
God, I miss that.
Yeah, gets up, and Feisty just wanders across the room and to like the other side of the room where the fireplace is, and she goes up to a leather chair, just.
Oh my god.
And you just see these long shreds going through it, and the lady's like,
Turn to her. And I'm so terribly
the lady's
sorry.
like, this is fine. We
This
can
is
have it
fine.
repaired. And the chair just, you see one of the legs snap from the sheer just like force that she's putting on that.
Again, I am terribly sorry.
We've had to deal with this for a while now. It's fine. I enjoy her company.
Imagine if you people got really good at mending.
Well, it's good to see you as well. Go ahead and bow to her as well.
She's like, good to see you too, Scabbard.
And I will share with her the same information that I shared with the Lord.
And you start digging into all the details and everything.
Everything in regards to the Gallbolts and how we helped Cayenne deal with her thing, so now V4 should no longer be a problem. It shouldn't be blighted. It's going to take some time to repair, of course, but it should be safer. But now we know where the Gallbolts are coming from.
I figure you just go into the details regarding that.
Yeah. Oh, while we were there at the temple, I found something that was unfortunately destroyed, and I have no idea who I can speak with about repairing or replacing it. And I basically just pull out the damaged mirror shield.
Yeah. So, yeah. You can carry on the conversation with her. Back to you. You get back to the house, and Mongo shows up right when you show up as well.
Hey, Mongo.
Hello.
Sorry I rushed off like that. I needed to go to the Druid Circle. There was some very important information I was told a while ago that I needed to tell Osling about our family.
Oh,
But
yeah,
she
about
wasn't
the
there. Yeah.
promotion that your
Yeah.
mother got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That. So I don't know how she's going to take this, and there's probably a lot more questions she's going to have that I won't have the answers to. So,
I'll start making the drinks now.
that, and I'll probably have to trick her into eating a sedative to go with us, because I'm sure that we won't get the answers we're looking for here.
Probably not, no.
Okay, so you guys head in to double team Osling.
That's a better way to say that.
You're going to mount your attack.
That's even worse. That's even worse.
You're going to drug her, and then... Yeah. There's no right way.
There really is no good
Nope.
way to talk about it, honestly.
I'm gonna give her sleepy time tea so she can sleep on the airship.
You're going to shock and awe her. So you head in, and the house is actually rather quiet as far as things go. And you pause for a moment as it's like perched up a little bit higher, and he just looks in your direction. He's like, he just looks down at it, and he's like, "Say for it."
Yep. I move to put myself in Cayenne.
Hello, Id.
Just kind of turns his head in your direction.
We had fun. There would have been plenty of things for you to eat if you had gone with us.
He just kind of turns around and just kind of grabs something and just drops something in front of you, and it makes a wet splat in front of you.
Ew.
And it's basically just like a gutted, slightly mutilated large rat.
Lovely.
Well, that means I have to level feisty up.
It's just brutally just been like picked apart. Ah. And he's just watching you both very casually.
Missed you, buddy.
It.
Lovely to see you again.
And just kind of watching you with that one eye.
As stated from Osling before, he has no interest in harming you unless you try to do harm to Osling.
Yeah, not planning on harming Arsling or petting Id.
Consent.
Fucking hard word.
So you wander through the house. Eventually you get to like outside, and Osling is out back with the mushrooms. Blip and Blop are about that tall now.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
They're
so
Nikolai
they're
size.
wait.
They're like little beanstalks.
Are they noodle size now?
Mm-hmm. But they're like really scrawny, kind of like looking, and all your mushrooms have basically had a growth spurt a little bit. They're a little bit bigger.
How big is Rufio? Is the biggest question. Is he the biggest one of the group
Yeah,
right
he's
now?
like thick. He's thickio now.
Stonkus. He's Stonkus.
Yeah.
He's Stonkador.
Yeah, they're like almost like beanstalks, and
Does Stella have more of an, like a, basically what a upside down light bulb would look like?
yeah. She's kind of like just chilling out. She's sitting there, and she's just got a leaf, and she's looking at the leaf almost like it's a book, just watching the patterns on it. And she's just casually just kind of looking over the leaf, watching the group.
Is feisty still?
Polar nights. You guys are messing up my sleep pattern. I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch you play.
Oh, that's
And I'm
awesome,
like,
dude.
I'm
That
like,
is
we're
awesome.
happy you are here.
Yeah.
We're very happy you're
much.
here. We're
That's
sorry
true.
we ruined your sleep
Is
schedule,
feisty
though.
still medium or is she large size now?
She's large. She's almost full size now. You guys are gonna be in a shock and awe when you see her. Yeah, and Osling, she's just there with the mushrooms and the cats.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
She's
Would-
getting there.
Bojangles be out since it's still daylight?
It's more towards the end of the day,
Okay.
so. Yeah. And
Make way over slowly.
and she's like, "Hi, Cayenne."
Hey, Osling.
Like she didn't even have to look in your direction, and because Id probably told her. Id. And she was like, "Hi, they're a handful,
Yeah.
and they've gotten bigger."
I can see that.
Rufio looks more like a leek now.
A thick leak.
Yeah, and she's like, she comes over and she puts her hands on your shoulder and she just hugs you. She's like, "It's good to see you. You didn't die. I didn't want to have to go out there and drag your body back and bring you back from the dead."
I didn't die, but we did lose a comrade. All siblings are here. It's just a certain little doomshroom is not here.
Oh, that's a pity.
It is a pity, but he made the biggest boom.
Was it impressive?
It turned into a whole crater. Like the entirety of that, like the temple collapsed in on itself.
And then it was a worthy cause.
Yes, and especially so because there were low-hanging fruit-looking cocoons that were forming these vampiric gobolds, which are goblin-kobold hybrids.
She just looked concerned, like,
Yeah.
and she just reaches to the side pouch and she hands you something manga.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's like this, like almost like voodoo doll version of you, made from like leftover meat pieces that have been like essentially leathered.
So it feels more like actual like tanned leather rather than yuck.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do not know how to feel about that.
yeah. There's like lighter like pieces of like skin and darker pieces of skin for the different fur patterns. And she's like,
Thank you. Looking it over, I was like, I don't know how to feel about this.
it's got like little like button eyes.
Made your flesh doll yourself.
The
Which
Archdruid of Blood Magic told me about some necromancers in the circle that was a bit terrifying, that I didn't know if you had met any or heard of any in the past or not.
I tend to not deal with necromancers. They're all a little strange. Usually a few screws loose. Or brain bits missing. I met one necromancer, he kept his own brain in a jar. He said it was for safekeeping.
Ah,
I mean, I guess. If that's what you want to do.
did she say raccoon?
No.
Oh.
Just a necromancer with their brain in a jar for safekeeping. I guess that's one way to keep your thoughts from running away.
Your mushrooms have grown up a little bit. They've been rather active.
I can see that. No new surprises from Blip or Blop, right?
She looks over a little bit and she kind of turns a little bit, and you see like the tree that's back there, and you see like a little tree house that's been built. They built that.
That's adorable.
They were all bored one day and they just decided to be productive and build a tree house.
This I approve of. This I approve of wholeheartedly.
We just kind of, yeah, they do their own thing and I watch them and they don't get in any trouble.
Also got some important news that has to do with our family, too.
Oh no, did someone else die?
No.
Are you dying?
No.
Am I dying?
No.
Is Mongo dying?
No.
If he does die, I can stuff and mount him so we always have him.
I
Right,
would
I'm gonna start making those drinks now.
I would much rather have him resurrected if that ever happened. To be honest with you, I would not want him stuffed and mounted ever. That's just very odd.
Yeah. But good to know that's the thing that you can do if that ever comes to that.
I mean, we could even hire a tinker to record his voice. That way we can activate it, and we always have a voice of Mongo from the forever version of him.
Okay, that's a.
I'm not sure how I should really take Cayenne's sister telling me she's going to turn my corpse into a plushie.
It's not saying she would outright do that. It's just
An option.
an idea. Option.
Okay, we're workshopping it. That's the important part.
Poor Mongo's like, goddamn. I forgot how hardcore Oswine is.
I mean, she basically made something bury itself, so.
It's
no,
better
all of us
ongoing
forgot
thing
that.
around town, freaking people out.
Mongo, if you would like to go make drinks or get yourself comfortable, I'll let Osley know what me and you both already know.
Yeah.
Is Nikolai dead?
No.
No.
But he's got a pretty awesome guardian now called his Steel Defender. Ace went through a few upgrades.
Ace hit puberty.
That monkey was rather prone to self-destruction.
He got flattened quite a few times in our adventures. I will say that. But all of that is is a little beside the point.
Wait. She looks around a little bit. Scabbard dead?
No. All the siblings are alive. No one was killed.
Okay.
And the birds are still here too, but they almost were fried chicken, essentially.
The birds are in the house, just chilling in the room.
So is Mongo.
No, Mongo's not making drinks in it. No.
No,
But-
so was Mongo like fried chicken before.
Essentially,
Deep fried.
because of our mother's deeds, she was promoted from an archdruidess. Well, not only an archdruidess, but our mom was made a queen.
And Osling just, you see, she's already fairly pale as is.
And she just goes transparent.
She just turn into a ghost.
She's like,
Can you see her bones?
She pauses for a moment, and you can see like almost like that loading. And she tilts her head a little bit, and she's like, you know, Mungo is up for putting people up to pranks. This is not a good time for one of those. Because I will go in there and kill him.
I wish it were a prank, because when I was told this news, it put so much more pressure on my shoulders and made my gut go into my asshole. If I'm being brutally honest.
That's usually what
And-
happens if you drink grandmother's special brew.
But it's all thanks to Mongo's hat Humphrey, actually.
So the hat is to blame.
No, but I will tell you this. Our mother was not happy about the decision that was made at all. In fact, they were no more dwarf in the vision.
It was a no.
Yeah. She basically, like, by the front of his robes, lifted a gnome into the air and wanted to full-on kill him.
Good. I hope she did.
No.
He'd be into it. He's kind of into that kinky shit.
No, she didn't, but he was very long-winded, and he definitely needed to get to the point as everyone in attendance to that ceremony.
I do not take this news lightly.
I don't either. That's why the only person who knows, aside from me and you, is Mongo. And I thought it was only respectful to let him know, considering his mother was there with our mother.
She just looks very concerned. She's like, you do know this just puts a lot of responsibility on us.
Yes, and that leads me to this, which I know you're probably not going to like it, meaning me and you both are probably going to be in the same boat and need to either be sedated and or completely shit-faced. Apparently, there's urgent matters for all of us in Casil.
I don't fly. I've been launched
Hey,
out of a
Mr. T.
catapult once. Look, some dwarfs were curious. They tied me up, put me in a catapult, and launched me into the side of a mountain.
What the fuck?
Friends of yours or enemies?
Locals.
Still alive.
Locals.
Do we need to go back to her hometown and thin out the place?
That's the thing, I don't think Osling really had a hometown much at all. She was more nomadic than us.
Huh?
She grew up in the wilderness, from what I remember.
She was
She's
found
a
in the
drifter.
woods. She was found in the woods. By what, gnome tinkerers?
Yeah.
That was the
But
happiest Sparta.
apparently they want to take us by airship.
Oh, that abomination.
I saw it. I don't understand it. I don't like it at all. Being teleported, I can handle. Granted, I feel sick every single time. Though 2 times I have been. But still, teleportation would go so much better. Centaur's hooves belong on the ground, not in the air.
Well, we shall deal with these matters as siblings, and I will try not to murder anybody and then bring it back to life as my own personal marionette.
Just just cling to me and we'll be good. I'm pretty sure most people.
What of father's status? Did you find out anything of that?
I haven't had any visions relating to father. It's mostly been our mother. But all I know is that father does not want me to use my temper to lash out at people and would rather me use it as a more productive means.
Yeah.
But
Interesting.
I do want to find out about our father because as awesome as it is to find out about mother, seeing as she was a druidess, I want to know more about my dad. Well, our dad too.
She asks you to follow, and the mushrooms are fine by themselves. Id comes out, and he's on a branch watching over him. And she goes back in the house, and she comes right up behind you. She's like, Mongo,
Oh, shit. Yes?
please present your hat. I have questions, and if he doesn't tell me them, I will bury him 20 feet under the ground until he speaks to me.
Oh, that doesn't sound pleasant for anybody involved. Humphrey?
Humphrey's like, it is with great remorse and terror that I shall answer.
Appreciate it.
I don't trust the horse.
Looking at Humphrey, excuse me,
Centaur.
that's my sister.
She threatened to bury me. That's not pleasant.
She was just given news that you gave me about our mother. She's none too happy.
Humphrey's like, she's not a nun.
She's a princess.
A druid princess.
A true
Not what I
princess.
meant, but okay, smart ass hat.
Yeah, I think the shorthand term that we were using is park ranger princess.
Park Ranger Princess.
The Disney princesses.
Oh, wow. I love it.
One talks to the dead, other one keeps people alive. Hey, look at it this way. They make a perfect tag team.
There you go.
Or might just boil them from the inside out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your veins betray you and start strangling you from the inside out.
That was
No.
Imagine all your arteries and veins having a Charlie horse.
Fine pasta.
Well, that's not creepy.
Blood to jelly.
Sounds like an omnimancer thing.
No, that's way too dark for an omnimancer. So, actually, an omnimancer might do blood to sugar.
Give them a heart attack.
Just
blood to honey.
blood to honey. Oh God!
Delicious.
I want to drink your blood because it is like freshly tapped honey. So, Humphrey's gonna go ahead and share with her the same thing.
Blood to gravy.
Oh, Aslan goes on a magical vision trip.
She reaches down and she grabs Mongo's shoulder for support.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that's a 19 on a die for her just grabbing you on the shoulder.
2 feet tall. Does she have to like lean down to do that?
Okay, your head.
Oh.
Headache.
Just clink right down on your head. It's like if a mama cat grabbed you by the head.
I don't feel my skull starting to prick, do I?
If it was an after 20, you might.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to help keep her up until I give her the drinks that I've made, which will
You're
go
trying to
the other
make
direction.
you're trying to make her drinks while being grappled in the head, and Humphrey's taking her on a trip. Nikolai, where are you off to?
Little sister.
Well, so we had a couple drinks. Saddle talk. Nothing of any
I'd be
particular nature.
trying to help to get her hand off.
Well, take my leave.
It's
head
that
over.
like pregnant wife death grip on his head.
Yeah, there's no.
You know,
over
I'm pretty
to the-
sure a couple of times you just see Mongo's feet.
Head over to the Tinkers Guild. See what they have so far as supplies, so I can build some armor for Ace. And then talk to him about the one contract that I had.
What was the contract
It's
for?
for the Gobolds.
Oh.
We really don't have any parts, and this is why. So
Oh, you explained to him as to why?
yeah.
Yeah, there's no way to actually get stuff to make armor for Ace. You'd have to visit the local forgery there, but you
Okay,
won't
so
have
they
time.
don't have the
essentially.
raw material.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And then, yeah, explain I can't. The contract for Gobolds is really non-fulfillable.
What was the payment for that?
You never gave me those details.
I don't think he gave any of us those details.
All
the
I have
only
is
one
a contract to get Gobold parts.
I'm the only one that actually had payment details.
So it's global parts, so... let me
Various
look at my
parts, body parts.
notes.
And that was like the druid contract that I had. It was gobble parts and it was strange flora.
Yeah.
And we didn't encounter any strange flora outside the spores, really.
Yeah. Oh man, this just instantly made me hungry. Love the music. I'm getting the urge for chicken curry. Oh. I could make some chicken curry for next week.
Fuck yeah.
That sounds good.
As long as there's enough butter or like lactate milk to like counteract the spicy.
I don't make it really spicy. It's more creamy with a lot of like deep flavors, essentially.
They should just
Yeah.
make a spicy curry. She makes tasty curry.
Yeah, I make a very flavorful curry with a lot of coconut milk.
I like that.
Yeah. Because I can't do spicy. It was 20 gold pieces per piece.
Okay.
The person in charge, they come out and they speak to you, and it's a gnome, and they're like, "Oh, hi,
Hey.
Nikolai.
Yes.
Short.
Yes.
Quickly, what were your details of the results? I don't see a large bag filled with any pieces.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, and I give them the details. So it's basically, the Gobolds aren't a problem per se, as in they were being pushed out because of some type of malevolent mushroom deity that we taken care of. He's not going to be bothering anybody. They're not going to be bothering anybody anymore. I give them the details of the evil wizard that was making them.
They take down all the details, and it's right up. They modified the contract with a new section. They're like, by signing this, you agree that all details are true and not falsified, and if they are, you will take an unnatural amount of damage. Do you agree to this term?
I'm not lying, but I am curious. What is an unnatural amount of damage?
You dead.
Well, whatever I deem fit as far as a punishment for wasting my time.
Okay. Well, I'm not lying, so... Okay, yes.
You sign the contract. And they give you 20 gold pieces, basically, for the scouting and information.
Yep.
Congratulations, you have finished the contract.
Thank you.
Now I must be off to deal with some big matters.
Okay. Bye.
And they just kind of head off down a hallway, and shuffling, and...
And then head home.
Okay.
Talk to my family on what the next steps are. There's a couple things that Nikolai wants to do, a couple other things we need to do, so...
Yeah. And you share all your information, and do you eventually head back home?
Probably take a moment in the study to write to Kippa and Sirmir, let them know we'll be arriving by airship. And, did I ever find out if they were able to repair that shield, or if it needed to be replaced?
The shield is gone.
Okay, I figured
Yeah,
as much.
there's no recovering that. That was literally burnt to a cinder by a god's wrath.
Were they able to tell me where I could possibly get a replacement?
The city.
Okay. In that case, with that, I won't head home just yet. I need to go to the temple.
Please don't get smited again.
You get to the temple, it's relatively easy, and it's a bit quiet there, and eventually Fought does come out, and Fought's like, Scabbard, goes over and licks your face. I discovered.
Hello, Fat.
Oh,
I would probably be along with Feisty. 'Cause I have Feisty.
that is a really big cat.
She is harmless unless you anger her.
Fod kind of wanders off and comes back, holds up like this little pouch and throws it past Feisty. And Feisty's eyes just turn to saucers and start chasing after it. It was a little pouch of catnip. And Feisty goes right out of the temple chasing after it and just...
Oh,
Be careful, Feisty.
oh, was it like the butt wiggle? Did
Yeah.
she do the butt wiggle?
Yes.
Yes.
And a little tentacle wiggle to go with it.
Yes.
Tentacle
good to
Chaz
see you
hands
again,
the butt
Fat.
wiggle.
It really is good to see you again, Fat.
Fod's like, you taste seasoned. I enjoy that taste.
We've been dealing with a lot. There's something I have to do.
I will not ceremonialize a marriage between you and that cat.
No, not that.
Good. Don't ever ask me of that.
I will not.
I was a weird one.
Give me one moment. I will be right back.
Is it weird for Fod?
Head over to the
Yeah, that's
altar
kinda weird.
and take out the light of laughter. Place down the pendants of Bahamut and place down one of Sharon's coins. And just take a moment to reflect on everything and think I understand what needs to be done now. And at this moment, you pledge an oath to the gods.
But it has like a little coin and is flashing the light out into the road in Feisty's. You hear there's a few people outside like, oh my god, it's a beholder. What is that? I think it's a beholder. No, that's a displacer beast. Why is there a displacer beast? There's just a commotion outside.
Alright. Once I go through that whole little ceremony there, collect my things, leave an offering behind, a single gold piece for the temple.
You go to reach for your gold pieces. You can't find your coins.
I have a feeling I know where they are. Alright.
Feisty missed you.
Yeah,
Going for barbecue.
sure did. Alright, thank you, Fat.
Of course,
It'll probably be some time until we meet again. My family and I are going to be heading to Casil soon, in the next few days.
it's a big city. Lots of weird smells and tastes.
Have you been there?
Once.
Any place in particular I should look for or be aware of?
If you want good food, go to a place called the Moist Crest.
The Moist Crest. Interesting. Okay.
Everybody looks over like, what?
Ew.
Thank you
It's a
very
funny
much,
name.
Fat. And I hand him that coin of offering for the temple.
Poor Tom just looks traumatized by that name.
Just like damp seafood.
Take care. And be well.
As you too.
Go ahead and give him a hug. And then I'll leave and call for Feisty. And I guess we'll head back to the house.
It takes you a few moments to look at Feisty. She's moved down the way a little bit. Like she's at this stall, and the person is just like this poor human, and they're pale. They're like,
Walk over.
they're giving Feisty food, and Feisty has like catnip bag hanging from her mouth, and the person just like does the exchange with you, and is like, "Is this giant cat sitting here with
Does she
Don't
have the
worry.
munchies?
a yes?"
Don't worry, she's relatively harmless at her side. Also, I know what you did. Give it back, please.
Gives it back.
You need only ask. And I'll provide for you. Tie it back on. Let's go home, but we're not going to the tavern.
Feisty looks confused.
We have a home here, although temporarily. We're gonna be going somewhere very far away. But don't worry, we're all going together, all of us.
Feisty no longer has that collar on her at all. Yeah, she's essentially been freed.
Are you
But-
still able to speak, Feisty? Of course, I'm not saying this out loud, I'm using message.
Yeah. Yeah, she responds usually, yes.
Don't worry, we'll keep that a secret between the family and, of course, the palace and those who are aware.
And the royal family did give you details regarding that new thread for you to follow as far as dealing with the group if you choose to seek that up. What they were able to get from Feisty, essentially. Reverse engineering the collar. That was disintegrated in the process. Low rolls for the win.
Yep.
Alright, in that case, I will go ahead, climb up on her back, and I will guide her back to the house.
Yeah, you meet up about halfway, and you see Scabbard on top of, like, the thin air. And as you kind of get to the midway point, you start walking alongside each other.
Feisty.
Feisty gives you a little pat on the head.
Hey, you're back.
Yes, she is. I missed her so much.
But he's, like, much higher up in the air now.
She's gotten big.
How tall would you say that she would be up to where her shoulders would be on all fours?
Probably about 5 feet. She's
Holy
large.
5
Fuck.
feet at the shoulders, and then at the head it would add an additional, 4 or 5 feet?
She's about, I don't know, she's
Large
large
size.
size now, so...
Displays would be standing from the bottom of their paws to the very top of their head, typically about 7 to 8 feet tall.
Yeah,
She's not
Okay.
full grown yet.
So she's on par with the birds right now.
yeah.
Still
And-
shorter, but
And a lot heftier.
And you know the crazy thing is? She's still technically a kitten.
They grow up quick, though.
what do you think about Ace, Feisty?
You're,
Not impressed.
Ace just walks next to her.
Yeah, no, I kind of got from the translation. It's like, yeah, you got an upgrade, but I can still take him in a fight.
Oh, yeah, she could.
Is Osling still clinging to Mongo's head, or has the vision ended by now?
It's ended, and she just kind of...
Never met Feisty, did she?
No.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
She finishes this, and she reaches over and she grabs something, and it's like pure absence, and she just chokes you. She's like, oh. She grabs something else and just drink downs it.
Yours.
She grabs
Take
your
mine.
wrist, lifts you up, and drinks it. Just like directly from your hand, just holding your arm.
So I'm just holding.
Just let your body go stiff, man, and just move.
Just accept it. Just take it.
Great.
Okay.
Drinking by planking?
Yes. You're planking, she's drinking.
Yeah.
The
Sorry.
only thing that moves is your tail.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay. Okay.
Uh-huh.
There's a few people I want to murder now.
Why does that list keep getting bigger and bigger?
I'm sure you are not on that list,
I
brother.
fucking hope so.
Because from all the visions that I've seen of your mom is a great mom. And you come from her, and you are awesome. And I've seen some of the things that you can do, and you are a bit intimidating even for me. I'm gonna be honest.
You
Even
what?
if you've seen them as
You guys come in and you
flukes
hear that
sometimes, you're
from
just
her
like, I didn't know I could do
towards
that.
Mungo.
But some of it is I've had outside assistance, so that wasn't really me doing it.
I will admit,
Not,
Mongo can be intimidating.
not
As
every great person works alone.
Osleen
great
looks
deeds
over
sometimes
at you
require
two, and she
assistance.
sees you, and she looks at you floating, and she's like, "Did you know about this? Because if you knew about this and you didn't tell me, I will kill each of you, and I will
About
bury
what?
you where they can't find you."
What? Know about what?
Mongo, this is your fault. You explain.
What? How is this my fault?
You're the one with that damned hat. Your hat will explain.
Oh,
Yeah.
Humphrey
Actually,
gave you a
no.
crazy vision? Yeah, he
You
does
will
that. It's
explain
weird.
on behalf of your hat, since you are the owner.
Look, all he's doing is just letting you know things that had happened. That's all.
And she just pulls out a blade.
And I'm backing up.
Osling.
Making sure
I
don't
know where
accidentally-
all your soft parts are.
It's okay, Feisty.
I'm fluffy and adorable. All my parts are soft.
Your kidneys,
Except your head.
your
Head's
liver,
kinda hard sometimes.
your heart.
Osling, to be fair, it isn't Mongo's fault, and don't blame the hat either. If anything, it's the fault of those who did what they did, not those in the present.
Our mother accepted the proposition and did whatever she had to do, and it is what it is. The fact that Father too is some sort of king is just the cream of the crop of the problem.
I'm
What?
sorry, what?
She grabs-
Humphrey!
Huh.
What?
She holds the hat out in your direction.
What?
Story
What
time.
was I not told?
Also, hello, Osling.
Yes, me and Mongo know things that you two don't, because
Also-
I thought it would be safe for all of us until we get more information before I unload.
Also, Feisty's
Okay, princess,
back.
what's going on?
Feisty's there.
Feisty!
Feisty's not cloaked anymore. She's just sitting there, and if she could, she would have question marks above her head right now. She's looking between you and Osling, just like, and she holds her tentacles in front of her. Like,
I'll gently pat her,
Feisty,
pat her
this is
side.
my Feisty. This is my sister Osling. You had not met her before because you went away. You very sadly went away for a while.
Yeah, but you're back now.
Osling looks over at Feisty, and she's like, "I once saw a displacer beast eat a human once. I like that human."
Yeah, no, I'm going over to Feisty and giving speeches.
That's tragic. I am very sorry.
Feisty is the one displacer beast that you would rather enjoy because of all the times that I went on walks and have enjoyed my herb. She is a wonderful walking partner, and she cuddles really good.
She is,
And you're seeing how massive she is now.
aside from our family altogether, she is also one of our family as well, and she is the greatest companion.
So, you two don't know.
I guess not.
Did you share that
Other
information
than-
with us?
Other than you mentioned that your father was a king.
I shared the information about my mom being crowned a queen with Mongo because
Yeah.
Humphrey told me. Then I told him. The king part, I'm like, wait,
That's,
what?
That's fucking
Oh.
new.
Oh.
Yeah, the king
That
part. I
Makes
don't
you
know.
royalty too. Feels weird, doesn't it?
Feels stressful and feels like I need to murder a lot of people.
How do you think I felt when I found out?
Every time I thought royal pain in ass, that was true.
I reached over and just flick him on the ear.
You're
This would be the one time I would
Nikolai,
nail
you're-
iron to my feet.
Nikolai, you're standing there and you just feel like a really sharp pain along your cheek as you take 3 points of damage. That blade is no longer in Osling's hand. She threw it in his direction.
Jeez.
And it's stuck
Ow.
in the wall past
Really?
Nikolai's face.
Really?
You deserve that one. Anyways, no, we did not know, Osling. This is actually really interesting. Well,
I only let Mongo know as it would be courteous, as he saw how troubled I was when I found out from Humphrey, because Humphrey said, I want to tell the horse something. So then he asked to be put on my head. And then I got told that.
She just looks at the hat, still in her other hand, very crumpled up. She's like, she holds it out to you.
I'll take Humphrey and like rub out the kinks. Fix the hat.
God, you guys are just like, we need to identify some items now.
Well, if we're sharing secrets, there's definitely one that I think is
Shut your tongue,
important.
scaled rodent.
Scaled rodent. First of all, that is rude. Second of all, I understand your anger and confusion.
And third of all, that is kind of accurate.
She needs to see what I saw. Please give her time.
Yes. Let's.
So,
It seems like two sisters are very hot-headed. One of them a bit more violent.
oh, she's very violent.
Violent
there's
can
somebody more
end you,
violent.
bring you back, and do it many more times.
So, Humphrey's like, well, that wasn't fun for anybody involved.
I'm very sorry, Humphrey.
Field trip, as the king would say, or lord. Demoted king.
Demoted king? Huh? The Lord is not a demoted king. Yes, technically he isn't a king, but he is a lord of the land and this city.
So,
You don't know who he's referring
the familiar feeling of going on a trip hits you.
Stomach in a whirlpool.
Yep. And, it's like when you're on a plane and it just drops all of a sudden. Oh, I hate that
That
feeling.
happened
so
on the
much.
way to Atlanta 4 separate occasions and woke me up.
Oh, fuck that feeling.
Yep.
Have you been in a plane that dropped for a couple seconds?
I've been in a plane where it dropped.
That's what happened in it on the way to Atlanta.
What was it? We were on that flight where they actually had to keep lowering the plane in the altitude because
Oh,
of how
yeah,
bad
that was
the weather
crazy.
was. Yeah.
Damn.
On the way to North Carolina a couple years ago, they literally kept on the last leg of the flight. They literally kept having to drop the plane 1,000 feet because it was just the turbulence was, and we got as low as like
It was,
almost like if you would imagine like you're coming into a landing low.
yeah, it was bad. Like they didn't even have to descend too much for the landing because we were so low.
Oh,
We
shit.
didn't
Like-
descent, but to Atlanta, it literally felt like we drove over a speed bump too fast.
Ugh.
No.
So, you go on this vision quest, and you find yourself in the familiar place of this, where you have seen before, and all the family is there. And they're all just, and you see Holvar, your father. He's in full battle regalia. And he's pacing back and forth, and your mother's like, and the first time I've seen you nervous outside of marriage. He's like, we don't discuss that in front of others. And your father pipes up, he's like, and I was the best man. I was present there. And your father's like, I was the backup in case you died.
Ever the fucking optimist, your dad. Fuck.
That's a realist.
It's like, and he's just pacing back and forth. He's like, I'm being made a king. And your mother's like, "Ah, I'm just glad it's you and not me.
Yeah.
And he just looks over and he's like, technically, me becoming a king makes you a queen. She's like, over my corpse. Got enough responsibilities, and so do you, and now you're adding this, and... Right. Our children will be married into this. And, your father is just like, yeah, all of our children are going to be raised with the fact that they actually know of, hopefully, their true lineage and what they're being raised into, that we've all have to have signed these documents. And then Holvar's like, However's like, right. But I'm signing it for the keepsake of my family. And he looks over in your father's direction. You signed it so that you can have a fancy lab and actually rule over people.
Is this a shared vision?
No.
Oh, okay.
And,
I was like, what?
Your mother's like, I tend to all of that business. He sits in his little room and does all the tinkering and gets dragged out by the lot of you so that you can go on adventures. And your father's like, I prefer the term field experiments. Holvar's like, enough bickering. I'm going to take care of this. We're going to deal with it. One step at a time. And they proceed into the chambers, and the familiar gnome is there, and the familiar group of people is there as well. The red dragon, she's just kind of like meandering over some food.
Is it dead or alive?
It's pre-prepared. She's actually quite beautiful for a dragon. She has like a headdress and all these like beautiful bobbins and things, and dressed in
Very regal
ornaments.
dragon.
Yeah,
As far as was it her or was it the tree that was there that was eyeing my?
it was
mom?
the treant, and the treant is there, still watching. And the gnome is like, Hovar, you are a centaur, and you have been deemed worthy of a kingship, and you will be the king of the mountain. Do you accept these terms? Holvar's like, can I challenge you to a fight to the death on who gets to be king? And the gnome's like,
Of course you're gonna fucking do that. That's good.
he's like, no, I've learned to not tangle with centaurs, especially one of your magnitude. Holvar's like, figures, you're a gnome, you have no balls. And the gnome just starts unbuckling his pants, and the paladin looks over. Don't you dare. Because I would have great pleasure of watching him rip those off. If he can find them.
Yeah, how do you have to squish them?
Pop the grapes.
Blick.
What
And,
the fuck?
Yeah, we're pretty fucked up in this group as far as D&D goes. And yeah, your father goes through the signing process as well, and eventually you find yourself back in the room. And
Can I at least know, did he start at least one brawl with someone?
he did not,
Okay.
but he was in his full battle regalia, plate armor, like terrifying.
I don't remember if you mentioned it, but how tall was my father, excluding any kind of like helmet or
Any
helm?
gear? He's
Yeah.
probably about 7 to 8. He's big.
Yeah, big boy.
He's a big brawler.
Does that mean Cayenne still got some growing to do?
She might take on her mother's side. Her mother was only like probably about 5 to 6. Chain super
Cayenne has like one like growth spurt like left in her, but it's not going to be like a super huge change.
tall. So you find yourself back in the comfort of all the siblings, and it is just kind of watching. Pleasant, wasn't it? Informative in the worst ways.
Yes, which means looks like both Mongo and Nikolai have some information they need as well.
Oh no.
Oh, one thing I'll tell you that might be interesting. Remember how I've told you that your mom and my mom were kind of like thieves among
Thick as
friends?
thieves,
Yeah. Apparently your dad was my dad's best man when my mom and dad got married.
No kidding.
Yeah. Nikolai's dad, from his words, what I heard, Nikolai's dad was the backup in case your dad died.
Okay.
But yes, there's some.
The detail I left out is Seagate was the one performing the marriage.
No, that's actually awesome.
Officiating the marriage.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it makes sense. He's a paladin.
And
It's
a
also
king.
I have to fucking believe that at some point in time, your dad's hauling off into fucking battle, and my dad casts enlarge.
There was no mention of like status with Mongo's parents or anything in the idle chatter in the background.
It was kind of implied that everybody had to sign the documents. So, yeah.
Witnesses.
The witnesses are those at the table, not the actual group that's presenting.
Oh.
So one way or another, everyone's connected to some form of royalty.
Weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna basically, Humphrey, if you would like to disclose the pertinent information to Nikolai and Mongo, please do so when you feel ready to. I don't like to ask too much of you.
Oh, that's the old crotchety beholder hat. Ooh, share your secrets. Fine, I'll share my secrets. And suddenly you guys are just like blasted off your ass as he basically projects these memories into your head. This vision.
Oh, so he doesn't have to be warned. He can just fucking choose to do to anybody
so
he fucking
Cthulhu
wants.
style, essentially.
Yeah.
Another con save?
Psychic damage.
I wasn't included in that, was I?
Yeah, would you like to be?
I
Good. Roll a wisdom saving throw to see if you take any damage from the sudden blast of psychic
guess
energy.
so. The dice have decided.
I may be starting to get
you
used
said
to
roll
this.
a con, you said?
Wisdom.
15.
Oh, shit.
And I'm basically going to let Gosling know
I'm
that
proficient,
about the
actually.
concealed trip. If flying is too much, we can use whatever herb. We can drink as much as we want to. I'll find us a spot.
21.
21?
21.
It tingles in a fun place. I'd love to just make you question yourself.
23.
Rocks in the brain.
Same thing. It tingles in your happy place.
Okay,
Pop
whatever
rocks in the brain, but it tickles.
15.
And not in a troubling manner, like I need to go see a neuroscientist.
You only take 4.
Jesus.
Out of the 22 that was rolled,
Ow. My brain's getting fucked this morning.
and nobody even cracked open your skull and inserted a dick.
Although with everybody we got in the room, you'd probably survive.
So,
Damn, that means I fell off a feisty.
yeah.
She's probably looking like, what?
You wake up to her just kind of poking you with her paw.
Oh, ow. Okay.
So we get this vision.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Holy shit.
So my dad has some type of fielding or feudal responsibility. Okay.
Is referring to adventuring as field experiments fucking hereditary?
Where else are you gonna test stuff?
It's,
There's only so
That's,
much testing you can do in a lab, Mongo.
Right.
that's a lot of information
Yes.
to take in.
Yeah.
You got to see that council that
You understand mine and Osling's frustration now.
Oh, really?
And you can see how absolutely just centaurs want no part of this.
Please, I understand very well. I went from a simple peasant in the sewers dealing with problems to suddenly I'm a fucking king of a kingdom. How do you think I felt?
Didn't you have
Osling.
news you wanted to share as well?
That's right. Give me a second. Let me catch my breath. That fall really hurt.
I don't know how to take it, but I'm not freaking out.
You're just,
Maybe.
Yeah, you're probably more have a boner about hearing about your dad's lab.
Actually, yes. He
Oh my
really wants to
God.
see this lab.
Oh my god, cheddar cheese.
What's he
Oh my
doing?
God.
I can't see.
Doing something in the
Cheddar
kitchen.
cheese.
Hey, buddy.
Hello, baby. Did you bring me the thing? I'm so proud of
Oh, he
you.
brought you a gift.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
buddy.
so proud of you.
What you up to, dude?
He brought in my thermal top that was out in the rec room.
That's adorable.
Yeah,
He knows that you use it too.
Yeah.
You're so sweet.
It's
Okay.
like, I'm cold. She's probably cold too. This will warm us both up.
So, right. Secrets, words, things. Oh, that knocked the wind out of me. Okay, I think I'm good.
Oslin is making drinks, and they're not very safe drinks.
Do you
I'll
remember?
try to help with the flavor
Cheddar cheese.
and all that.
Yeah.
Do you remember the
Well,
little
so,
thing that the lady of the forest shared with everyone? How each of us had our own little gift.
7?
7. I
I've,
think she's taking the lead on this.
Yep.
I still don't know how I feel about it, or whether or not it's even
You
true.
complain about me being wordy. Jesus, man, get on with it.
Apparently, the Seagate, the father, the king, was. Hey,
Whoa.
there goes the camera.
It's fine.
Apparently, was a dragon.
You're a kobold, not a dragon.
Not according to what the lady showed me. And if anything of what Bahamut even hinted at, it might be true. Kobolds are actually just small dragons. And
Wait,
apparently it's a secret.
your god told you you're a discount dragon. That's kind of fucked up. It's like, no offense.
Oslin's like, I don't mean to defend the scaled rodent, but I don't think it's a discount dragon. I mean, a dragon is a dragon.
I don't feel any different.
Why would you?
I mean, she looks over at you and she's like, do you feel any different that you're a royalty? That root word is disgusting.
Yeah.
Trust me,
No,
it takes some getting used
but
to.
I have more questions than anything, especially on the fact when they mention centaur of your magnitude. And
Father was large.
I'm aware of that. I saw, but it's more or less our lineage. Apparently, there's much more importance to that than what we've seen so far.
Mother is the queen of the forest. Father's the king of the mountain. Ironic.
Mountains can't have forests on them.
So,
They
That's
can be
a
in
lot.
forests.
It's a lot of range to go from.
I see what you did, mountain range.
Well,
You know,
if all centaurs are like the two of you, you hate being fucking cooped up.
we need to go to Casil and find out the information. I will look after all the nonsense while you do that.
Are you sure you don't want to come with us?
No, I'm coming with, but someone's got to watch after all the giant cat, 2 giant birds, the grumpy crow, and a bunch of mushrooms.
I don't think you have to worry too much about Feisty. The two of us have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, you guys start looking around each other, and Feisty has Humphrey on her head.
Oh.
Wait, since Feisty is easily the largest member of the group, her head's probably not fucking small. Did he resize to fit, or is she just wearing like
On
a
an
little
ear.
teeny tiny hat?
It's wearing the cayenne-sized hat.
This is like on top of one ear, huh?
No, it's like right between your ears. Your ears just like pushed off to the side.
That's fucking adorable.
This little secret that I shared with you apparently is not well known at all. And perhaps it's probably best it stays that way for the time being. I figured it'd be best to share with my family. Since you're sharing things with me.
So,
What little information I know.
we're going to take our break.
Okay.
We'll come back. We'll pick this up because I'm sure you guys are going to throw a lot of questions at me during our break. And yeah, we're going to take our 30-minute break, get some food in us, come back and pick this right back up. And yeah, there's a lot of questions at the table at the moment. A lot of pondering. We'll be back in 30 minutes. We're going to get some grub in us and then go from there. We hope to see you guys soon. Alright, we're jumping back in. And welcome back to the Barley and Dragon Tavern for doing this stuff. So, jumping back into things, the family finds themselves united in a safe and cozy environment, sharing memories, with hefty agendas for the next day. You drink, have food, share memories. You get mugged by your mushrooms. They're climbing all over you. They're basically using you as a mountain and climbing all over you and hugging you and smothering you with attention, essentially.
I'd be giving each and every single one of them love and affection.
And, yeah, they're so happy to have you back.
I'd definitely tell them the big meanie shroom is no more of an issue.
And they praise the sun.
Also explain to them that I might be able to make them some friends.
They rejoice at that.
Yep, it is.
So with that, you just kind of, words.
Words and things.
Words and
Fuckwards.
things.
Yeah. The rest of the night basically goes uneventful as far as like the libations and destroying many food things.
Mostly barbecue themed because Feisty's back.
Yeah, lots of barbecue. You buy out at least 2 barbecue stands worth of food. And yeah. Cayenne, would you guys kindly roll me a religion with advantage?
You said at advantage?
Uh-huh.
Oh fuck! I still gotta return that library book.
21.
21.
Because my first roll is a modified 20.
Cayenne, you drift off to sleep leaning against Osling, basically curled up together with the mushrooms and the birds and a nice little nest area, essentially. And you find yourself... Yep, that's normal. You find yourself in an unfamiliar part of the Lady's Temple. And it's a bit cooler to the touch. You can feel how a little bit colder it is. And specks of like dust come down, and they're like almost like snowflakes, but they're made of like dried blood. And there's various light beams that come down, and you're standing there, and it startles you at first as you see almost like a trickery of the shadows as something moves. You see this large crescent shape with various like decorations and gold ornaments and these long chains dangling. You see it curve down to a very elegant, almost elfin-like face with no eyes. And you see like a high collar behind him and like this very beautiful white rose with almost like a silver patterning on it. And this figure comes towards you, and there's these chains that go off with various banners hanging from it. And this large figure approaches you and looks down in your direction without seeing you. And they smile, and you can see just really defined canines. And this hand comes out with like almost like bird-like talons and rests on your forehead. And you just feel this warmth just go all the way through your entire body. And they tilt their head and look at you very gently. And they speak to you, and it's warming and motherly. You've made me very happy, Kaya. Keep it up. Your path forward is defined. You know what to do. And you just wake up like that with the sun coming in on your eyes.
That would jolt Cayenne upward, which would probably shuffle Osling and a few mushrooms.
Yeah. The details of her is like where it's all stark white for the details, and you can see like there's no skin, it's just muscle. And then with the robes, like her entire midsection is almost like corseted with like red fiber muscle. She's absolutely terrifying, but starkly beautiful.
So, a more lovely version of what would technically be considered more Cenobite appearance.
Cenobites if they weren't evil.
And Oslin kind of wakes up and she's like, I am so hungover. Cayenne, you okay?
I believe the lady spoke to me.
Again?
She's very happy with what I've done.
She sits up and she just kind of shuffles a bit.
Let me go get you something for your stomach.
And she just kind of like moves again and she just immediately starts throwing up.
I'm gonna go get you something for your stomach.
And
I'm going to...
Your stomach's feeling the same way.
I'm probably more used to it at this point.
Yeah. And she's like, oh, I shouldn't have eaten it. I shouldn't have drinking that much.
I'm going to give her something to put over her eyes until I come back.
Yeah. Yeah, Blips is like, he's like, flashbang?
No.
Yeah.
I will take you somewhere so you can do that. But not right now.
So it's easy enough to you go through the house. Mongo's laying on the kitchen table. He's on his back. There's all these like plates around him. His belly. He's unbuttoned his vest, and his belly's exposed. And
Just being a
Mongo
fat
got
ass
the
cat.
munchies.
his face is covered in like barbecue sauce. The fur sticking up in different directions, like he used gel.
Yep. You got the munchies.
Humphrey's off to the side. His little like spell book is rolled under another table. And he's just like snoring. Occasionally he'll need the air.
I'm gonna look for any of Mongo's important items and safely move them to a place where I know where he would put his stuff.
Yeah, you just move him back to his room. It's easy. You see Nikolai, he's laying on a leaf that's basically in a cocktail. There's like olives floating around him.
Where are we?
There's exotic olives floating around him that he's taking nibbles out of.
Okay.
A piece of cheese just kind of floats by in the alcohol.
He probably only needed to take a couple of drinks of the drink that he had, I'm guessing.
A scabbard is just sprawled out on the counter. And
Oh yeah, definitely with the leaf thing. Like after having the experience of a hammock, he's definitely probably embracing that for sure.
Yeah, scabbard's laying on the kitchen table, or on the
This is the best way to sleep.
island, his arms hanging off. There's a bottle of like really expensive alcohol next to him. There's a half-eaten chicken. Some of the bones are missing. Feisty's laying under the table, and there's just like a splatter of barbecue all across the table. Under the table, one of the legs is slightly broken off and at an angle.
Jesus.
Feisty big.
God, I'm
You
not
got company.
feisty. Oh, I'm so happy.
I'm gonna get to work on making hangover food for me and Osling and take it back to the room.
Yeah, roll nature.
Just gonna
Or survival.
Just gonna want to do simple things of like fruit and stuff with a 22.
Oh, it's easy enough to go ahead and actually prep all the food and eventually make your way back to the room, kind of like stepping over, like, it's various things not to wake up people. And Osling's like, I wish I was dead. It would make things so much easier. Actually, no, there's a chance that you can come back as arisen.
I don't think anyone would like that. I don't want to be whatever you just said. That doesn't sound pleasant.
It means you died and you come back and you're kind of undead.
That doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, it's bad.
Why is it bad exactly?
You're not there.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were.
You're passed out
Oh, okay.
on
sorry.
a leaf.
I thought we were.
Me and
I'm a little
Osley
bit
are the only
preoccupied
ones
fixing
awake.
stuff, sorry.
Osling's like, how was your trip?
It's a lot of information to have to take into account, but if the lady is who I met, she's very beautiful and very terrifying.
I've speaking. Oh, I'm fucked.
Was that in character or
Yes.
in person?
Speaker.
I spoke to one of the priestesses and I asked them a question with an offering. Don't ask where I got the offering from, I just got an offering. Some questions are better left unanswered. I found out something. And she just eats some fruit and she just is like drinking whatever it is to help settle her tea. It's probably like something almost like a licorice type of drink.
It'd be a most likely a licorice root mixed with
It would probably be almost like a dill as well, because dill helps with stomach too. That sounds like a nightmare for Manny over there.
I fucking hate pickles.
Pickle and licorice mixed together.
Yeah, I
And,
guess I'm coming around to pickles a little bit.
she just takes a few
That does
steps.
sound pretty rancid, though, actually.
She's like, I found out something about our mother from the priestess. She was a devout follower of the lady as well.
That's really cool.
The blood magic that we follow has been stamped out by other deities because they don't respect the lady. Because one of her favorite hobbies is to show the sins of gods to the gods.
That I can get behind because
Gods are petty and make many mistakes, and the lady knows that she's fallible and makes her own mistakes. But
Makes sense.
the mushroom deity essentially tried to lure our mother in because of her wanton nature. And the lady said no and rescued her, and she became devout and taught the ways to other centaurs. So I guess the lady is inherent to us, and she immediately starts throwing up again. This time it's like black and like that greenish color from the dill. Not very pleasant.
Ew, what is she drinking?
It's a dill and licorice mixed with some roots.
That sounds gross.
It'll work.
mm-hmm.
Just don't ask questions where I hide to get information. It's not pleasant.
I wouldn't assume it would be.
So I guess we're going to Casil. What do you have planned for the day?
For today, until we all leave to go to Casil, I don't really have anything planned for the day. I'm just basically going play by ear at the moment
Yeah, you had to go speak to the lady of the city, and you have your staff.
Yes, but I was waiting until everyone else woke up to see what everyone else had to do and go based off that.
Mongo, you wake up. And it's like when I make a loaded baked potato soup. How full you get off of that.
I was so happy, but so full.
Yeah. The lights kind of coming in and going across your face, and And it's just like right in your eyes. You try to roll over, but you can't. Your entire stomach sloshes.
Oh.
Ugh, that sounds terrible.
It's like back in the day when you've been drinking way too much mixed with like bar food.
Stirring up some bad memories there.
Dude, I was hungover for 2 fucking days once. That is how I found out, 1, I don't like tequila, and 2, it's totally possible to throw up underneath a fridge from 4 feet away.
So that's the experience you're having.
Also, that's the reason why I had to find out the hard way that some Sunny Delight and some chicken strips are not enough to go drinking.
My God, guy. Jeez.
Young,
It was
dumb,
my first time.
young, dumb, and stupid there.
And,
Yes.
Scav, you come to and you kind
Young,
of roll.
stupid, and
You
alcohol
kind of
poison.
forget where you're at. You roll over and you fall off the counter and you just land on a bunch of broken glass.
Oh.
And you're just laying on your back on all this, the few broken bottles that were there.
Regret. Slowly sit up.
It's just a hangover, brother. You'll get over it.
And Feisty's like, ah.
Yeah, me too. Alright. Try and shake them out and fix them. Use lay on hands. One,
Fix them. Who's them?
the cuts that I have.
They fell on broken bottles.
He's touching himself. First
and
thing in the
he's
morning.
feeling better about it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Hi, Sparta. Hey. Hi. How are you, buddy? Your stabilizer is seriously fucking broken, man.
He is,
Ancient.
well, he's not exactly a cat, he's more of a gremlin.
And eventually Nikolai comes around too, and first thing he probably does is reach over and grab one of the pickles and starts, or not pickles, one of the olives, and just nibbles on it a little bit.
The one that's been marinating in alcohol all night.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sounds
that's
good.
how he's gonna deal with his hair of the dog. Hair of the moon mouse?
For some people, a little bit more alcohol actually works. I don't know how,
That's
but it
for me.
does.
Every time.
Yeah, and eventually you guys all find yourselves in the kitchen seeing the state of the house.
We partied too hard, didn't we?
We fucking earned it.
And Feisty's like, ugh.
I'll translate.
Means quiet, it's too loud.
Shut the fuck up, assholes.
There's like a keg laying off in one of the hallways that just has like just
Where
the
the fuck did we
entire
get a keg from?
the entire top
You
is just
have
ripped
3 of
off.
them.
No, those were specifically a bourbon style. Is this one of those?
Yes.
Oh fuck.
Why the fuck wouldn't we?
Okay.
You're finding out how fucked you guys got at this point.
Alright.
Osling's like, okay, you guys have orders of operations and I have to clean the house.
We could just hire someone to do that. Unless you would prefer to clean the house.
I could always have someone to come in and help us clean.
Oh, look, Royal Fancy Pants is just going to order people around to clean the house instead of actually doing responsibilities
I said
himself.
ask for help, which means I'm gonna do it too. Don't be quick to assume.
Yeah, laying there, I just roll ahead to see if I can see any mess.
Oh, there's mess all around you. You roll your head off to the right, and it just lands in something sticky, and you realize you had thrown up in your sleep.
Ew.
How did I get
The
up
first thing I'm
there?
cleaning.
Pointing at the ceiling.
There's like a piece of like barbecue stuck to the ceiling.
Fuck, are we gonna have to hang over the shit out of this in order to find out what the fuck happened last night?
No, I don't think so. Maybe we didn't wake up somewhere random. It's not like what would happen to Scav. We didn't wake up in a stranger's
Okay,
house.
so nobody woke up engaged.
Pretty much.
Okay,
One,
Mongo has a
no.
ring on his finger.
that's not funny.
No, he has a finger in his pocket with a ring on it.
What?
Just kidding.
Give me a few minutes.
Finger on his pocket.
I'll see if
Like,
I
where'd this
can
come
have
from?
some help coming to help us clean up. this
Oslin's
mess
like,
we made.
I will stay here and clean the fucking house.
I start prestidigitating myself clean.
Go
and
and
then start
find
working.
a broom or something. And
Me
sweep
and
up the
Mongo
glass.
can clean the house pretty quickly, so you don't have to toil with the mundaneness of cleaning the house.
It's relaxing.
You want to do this.
I did it the entire time you were gone.
Yeah, but we didn't make a mess out of it.
At least not when it's big.
This place was dilapidated like a tomb. I scrubbed every stone.
True.
It does look nice.
If this is what you wish to do, then we will not interfere.
Would you like Ace to stay and help?
Sure.
Okay.
At least let me
Ace.
sweep this up real quick.
Do what she tells you to do as far as cleaning.
And I will go and sweep up
Got it,
the...
dude?
Yeah. So go ahead and talk amongst yourselves what your plans are.
I'm going to go ahead and sweep up that glass at least for her so that way she has a safe area to walk around in. Alright.
You'll see, as Mongo, you start to recover a little bit and you eventually sit up. Your heart sinks a little bit as there's a wall with a crudely drawn dartboard on it with cupcakes splattered on it.
Oh, wasted fucking cupcakes! You.
It's pretty funny, actually.
Me? What did I do?
Man.
So, table's yours to discuss your plans for the day.
Who the fuck did that?
Do I remember who did the cupcake dartboard?
Do a wisdom at disadvantage.
You know, for the hell of it, I'm
Cayenne
going
is with Osling.
to use my ability
eating for
to
food.
force the not disadvantage. 18.
18.
Yeah.
It was all of you.
It's all of us. Who won?
Feisty.
Feisty won?
Fair enough. Nobody's gonna argue that.
Makes sense with all the appendages. Ow.
I really do.
Well, the only thing I want to do, guys, is I want to see if any of the smiths have like some really high quality metal that I can use to build a suit of armor for Ace as we go to Casil.
We should probably take care of the business.
And I still need to get more information on my clave because I'm still very confused at how I summoned a portal to the elemental plane of fire.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking badass. I'm not gonna lie.
You
Fucking
two
wish
were
I could
going-
do that.
I didn't know I could do that.
You two are going to the Magic City, or the Magic School.
I'm just trying to figure out what would be the best option aside from asking you to figure out what is so special about my staff, or if you know of someone who.
Nicola and I can run an identification.
Easily do an
Yeah.
identification on it. It's a non-issue, sister.
Yeah.
If y'all would like to take a crack at it.
It won't take too long.
Clear a bunch of trash away. Well, Osling, and I'm assuming you're helping a little bit, just kind of idly cleaning, and you're cleaning.
Oh yeah,
You
I'd be organizing any heavy shit that's been knocked over or tossed or what have you.
I'll go
And
into my little
before
test area.
they get
You
started,
have your own.
Mongo, I moved your stuff that had gotten misplaced and everything here. I moved it into your
Oh.
room.
Oh.
When I was getting breakfast, I didn't want you to wake up, possibly
Yeah.
fall
The
on
large
it,
obsidian
break
slab.
it, or
I
you know,
wanted to
mess
have
it get
it
messed up if
See if
someone
there's
got
anything
startled.
about it.
Yeah, Scabbard holds out this like large blade-like piece of obsidian.
When we were outside, this is the obsidian I was talking about when we were at the temple. That large slab.
Roll your Arcana. Are you upcasting
Maybe
and just
there
burning everything?
I will assist them as much as I can.
Okay.
Maybe there might be something about it, and if not, if possible, Mongo, would you be able to take it with you to the school and see if there's a mage there that could probably make it into something? I don't know.
It's just a rock, dude. Does it look like it's anything more than a rock?
It looks like a large chunk of obsidian.
It's a big ass chunk of obsidian. That's all it is, man.
I can always make him roll a handling right now. Sleight of hand.
Please. Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my
Because
god.
You gotta get
You're
random dice
hungover.
rolls in this.
Fuck.
You know what? I've got 3 level 2 spell slots. I'll fucking burn those to find out everything I can.
Alright.
about
Alright.
this.
12.
12. He kind of steps into something. He panics instantly and almost drops it.
I mean, I'm sure a weaponsmith can do something with it.
Yeah, weapon stuff, but I don't know. Would they be able to work with obsidian?
Why not?
You're in a mage city.
It's
That's
just
one of the reasons
rock.
why I was thinking like it might be more
You could also
appropriate to take it to a
check
mage.
with tinkerers too.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's just a rock. You can do stuff with it. Yeah.
So,
You can
about
make
an
blades
hour
out of
goes
it?
by. You finish
See
the
if I
circle.
can
Do you
make a
call
sword.
over
Or have to
Cayenne?
make a sword
Yep.
out of it.
I think a sword would be a good idea.
Figure
It's brittle as shit.
since we've
That's
managed
what I'm
to
saying. It might be
add into
good
the-
to take it to a
get her
mage. They
involved
might
in
be
the
able to
info
make
dump,
it
might as
into
well.
something strong.
Yeah. So, are you going to go with the info dump here about the
Yeah.
glaive?
Yep. Helping
Yeah.
him out as much as I can.
So you approach the circle like you've done before, and you prepare your stomach for like this weird planar shift as you guys are pulled to it, and you're in Crumb's workshop, a very familiar place, and you see Crumb as he's talking to someone, and it's this very beautifully dressed dark elf priestess. And he's like, I need a favor from you. And she's like, I can swing a favor. A Warforge's favor, especially one that builds things. That's a good favor to have in return. And she's like, what do you need? And he's like, I need help enchanting this. And she's like, a blessing even. He's like, I guess if that's what you want to call it, you're a priestess after all. She's like, alright. I tell you this, I'll go ahead and reach out to my lady and see if she will actually permit me to bless this blade. And Crumb's like, okay. And so the priestess, she goes through a prayer, setting out various things for this. And she's putting some liquid into various like ramekins essentially that curve up, and one of them is filled with like this liquid that looks like a bunch of stars. This other one is kind of like, you know, just pure black abyssal, and this other one is just pure liquid silver that isn't solid for some reason. And she goes through this prayer process, drawing all these moon cycles around her. And she does 3 circles, one for each moon. And Crumb waits patiently, just sitting there occasionally, as he does. And she eventually finishes, and the 3 containers are now empty. And she goes over to Crumb and she sets down a few things, and there's like strands of silver and a few pits of like grayish like stone. And she's like, my lady has spoken. You have these items to infuse into this glaive. It's been blessed by the Lady of Silver. It will have special properties when a critical is hit.
Nice.
Essentially, so what happens is a druidic wild magic effect will happen on a natural 20.
Nice.
Illustrate?
Salute.
So, okay.
Yeah. And, yeah, that's how your glaive came to be. It was blessed by this, like, priestess that Crumb called in a favor from.
Priestess of Saloon. That's pretty significant.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, now you know where your glaive came from.
and I'll be definitely at some point. This would probably be closer toward the evening before bedtime. I'd be going to the temple to make an offering to her
Okay.
as a thank you.
A thank you offering.
Yes.
So now you know why crazy shit happens when you get crazy.
That's pretty
Because
cool.
as they do. So,
So who's this saloon person?
Do I know of it? Of this deity?
religion.
Would I have known even a tiny tidbit from druids?
You've heard from other druids, especially those that follow the moon cycle of who Saloon is.
15.
Yeah, you know a little bit about her.
Saloon. It's a pretty major deity.
Oh, that's a deity?
It's a god, or technically a goddess.
Huh.
Very prolific one as well.
There you go. So you can glance over that.
That's
She oversees the moons.
yeah, she's a deity of the moons. That is some very powerful blessings placed on there.
So people just do stuff in God's names and like God's given power?
Not all the time.
Not always. It's very strange. It's very dangerous to simply just ask things. You never know who or what will answer.
Oh, what kind of mood they'll be in, or
For
The worst-
having
instance,
a good day, if they like you or not.
For instance, Bahamut is a draconic deity of good, whereas Tiamat is the polar opposite, a draconic deity of bad.
More like pure fucking evil.
So if you were to pray to a dragon god and not specify, you never know which one's going to answer.
From what the little that I know of Saloon from druids, especially those that follow in more of the circle of stars or circle of dreams, she's definitely more of a good goddess.
Do I know of Girl Glittergold?
That would be metagaming.
I'm asking though, like, would that be one that I know of?
Probably not.
Okay.
And out of character for player, would Cayenne know anything regarding lycanthropes with Saloon? Or would she not be versed in that knowledge at all?
Ooh, that's going to be a nature, and that's going to go ahead and roll that and see. Nature and history for you.
I only ask because of what I read.
There's a
Right,
lot
so-
of different types of gods out there, Nikolai.
You said nature and
They can
religion?
be
Yeah.
good or
So
bad,
nature's a
or
25.
completely neutral. Some invoke
And a 12 on
law,
religion.
others invoke
Right,
chaos,
maybe.
and some invoke both.
I'm getting mugged by a Sparta.
Some of them may actually be actual deities, others demigods, and some of
You've
them
come across
simple idea.
one lycanthrope druid,
But in the
and they
end,
were a follower of Saloon. They
it
had
ultimately
mentioned
depends
that
on what you
essentially
truly believe.
most lycanthropes have actually
There might
banded
be guys
together
out there that might be able
to
help you with
follow
your
the
own
path of good,
abilities to
and
find
they do
yourself
send out
or
their own
even
blood
things for you
hunters
in different ways.
that basically
I suggest speaking with
either,
thought or
like,
going to the
you either
temple, or
choose
even
the light
seeking out more
or you die.
talented paladins than I. Even a cleric, perhaps.
That are basically cleansing evil lycanthropes
But the temple would
from
probably
the
be the best
various
place to
planes.
start.
Nice.
And they're basically trying to course correct the evil that is seen by their kind.
Trying to put their kind in a good light rather
Not
than.
has my sandwich.
A monstrous, murderous light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's up to you. Nikolai.
Instead of a
What
danger
you choose
light.
to do.
I don't
Danger!
understand any of it.
It's difficult to understand. I mean,
That was.
it makes no
Weird.
sense when you think about it.
So,
That's the thing that makes it interesting.
you guys eventually head off in your direction to go speak to the lady. Do you go with them?
I'd probably go because that's probably the direction where the vault is, anyways, too.
A little bit, yeah.
So I would go with them. And
Actually,
then,
no, it would be in the opposite direction.
the lady of the place, right? The city.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just there. You know what? Yeah, I'll go with.
Where are you off to, Nikolai? The blacksmith?
Yeah, the thing.
Okay.
Blacksmith.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nikolai.
Yeah.
Would you be able to take this with you to the blacksmith?
What is this?
The giant piece
A
of
slab.
obsidian.
Why would I take this to the blacksmith?
Maybe they can do something. I don't know.
I'm telling you, brother, it can be used for jewelry. It can be used for making small, sharp blades.
All right. Hold on
Like,
to it
do
for
you
now.
want something more from it?
Things, from what I understand, from what I was told, it's pretty fucking big. It could probably be turned into a sword.
And how do you expect him to carry it?
Ace.
Buddy,
Oh yeah, Ace is staying up at the house.
well that.
Never mind.
And I told you,
So-
brother, it's too brittle for a long blade.
You guys head off to go see the lady, and
That's what Nikolai is saying.
now that you guys are back in town, you guys get to the front door, and the guards are there, and they're like, "Can I help you two?"
I'm there with them. So.
And Scabbard eventually comes walking up behind you. Cats are playing.
I'm being
Tom lost
feisty.
his dice again.
Here to speak with the lord and lady.
Alright. Fancy fucking kobold wants to keep speaking to the lord and the lady. You do know they have things to attend to themselves, right?
I'm aware, but this is a matter that is extremely important.
Fine, fine. It's extremely important, he says, because he's a king and he can apparently boss people around.
What's your name, sir?
Brandon Fleetfoot.
Brendan Fleetwood.
We appreciate you doing your job.
Oh, it's a half stout tabaxi.
Munchkin tabaxi is preferred terminology.
Ah. Right. So the other guard leaves and eventually comes back,
Wow,
and
I
it's
totally lost my fucking voice.
it's one of the servants, and the servants is like, and it's one of the servants you've dealt with, one of the house servants, and like, oh, Cayenne, Mongo, and Scabbard. I suppose you want to speak to the lord and the lady. The lord is away right now on business, but the lady is available.
Understandable. It's mostly for,
Is Scab about to go Karen?
it's mostly for Kaihan and here. It's a matter that's extremely important.
Follow me.
Follow, and I'll tap my hooves to make sure that there's like no excess like dirt or rocks.
Laying off.
Even though I'm still wearing those boots, still gonna be courteous of that.
Yeah, she leads you in, and eventually to the royal chambers, and the guards are all looking at you guys, and the lady, she's there, and she's talking to her daughter.
We'll hang back until then.
Yeah,
Give them respect.
yeah, and the daughter's like, fine. I will take the exam, but I won't be happy about it. Besides, I have to show it my brother. And she heads off. The lady comes over and she's like, Cayenne!
Hey,
And she gives you a small bow.
I'll bow.
And she's like, Mungo, you don't have to bow. Just look adorable.
Hat off.
Performance.
How did Mongo become a lap cat and not in a bad way? Like a
I can't
certain
use my
feline
dice
we
tray.
know. What was his name? Boots?
Oh, Puss in Boots?
What? No. What? Like seriously, what was his name? Was it Boots or was it Socks? The other Munchkin Tabaxi.
I don't remember.
The other
It
lap
was
cat.
Coin, and
Bank.
it was
Yep, Bank.
Brother.
Bang.
Yeah.
Be lap cat, but
What'd
not Bank. Version.
17.
She just smiles at you and she blushes ever so slightly. Scabbard again.
Bow to her. I know we just spoke yesterday, but this is an important matter that I think even you would enjoy.
In regards to a loofah.
Oh, the centaur.
The unicorn.
Unicorn.
Yeah.
Oh,
Broken horn.
what has she broken now?
It's
Hasn't-
actually what we're trying to unbreak.
Okay.
Do you want to show her the bag?
I
So
step
you-
back.
We
Look like those.
kind
You
of
open up the
found all
bag.
the pieces.
Yeah, I just step back and let them do this.
She looks in the bag and she's like,
Afraid we don't know how to reassemble them.
oh, well, that's. Oh, She just snaps her fingers and this servant immediately comes in and she's like, yes, milady? And she turns towards her and she speaks in a language you don't understand. And it's a younger tiefling and she's like, and she looks a little bit pale, like, right away, I'm going. And she heads for the door very quickly.
Probably a girl.
It will be a few moments. I'm not going to ask how you got these back.
Thank you.
And I'm pretty sure it's something that is very interesting and so Scabbard,
Yes.
I know they're family, but are they now your entourage?
Not exactly. Let's just say that there's certain ties between us as a family to where a lot of things we do, we tend to do together. I may be a king to Essencrest, but I am not a king to them. I am simply their brother, and they are my brothers and sisters.
Your wife is quietly adorable. And she's taking the responsibilities that she's been given very well.
I miss her.
Speaking of responsibility,
That's right. That's another one. And it's,
Did you happen to kill a royal at some point?
oh, no, not
Not
at all.
yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet.
no. But there's a certain gnome I saw in a vision I would very much so love to meet and remove his head from his body.
Huh. Unfortunate for him.
Without being too violent, or much more violent in my speaking, due to a couple visions being revealed, mine and my sister Osling's parents were crowned king and queen.
Oh.
My father, king of the mountain, and my mother, queen of the forest.
So you have a rather large kingdom to oversee.
That's the thing, I don't have any information on where.
Well, the way the system will work is that you will go to Casil, since you're already headed there anyway. You will speak to certain people there, and they will declare you, and then your message will be sent back to your homelands, and if they still stand or someone has taken over, they will be declared the unrightful ruler, and you will be expected to take over those responsibilities. Or instate someone like him with Sir Mir to hold the post for you. With you and your sister, according to the verbiage, it will be a shared responsibility. Or whoever was born first, unless they want to give it to who was born second. I'm not sure how centaurs are born.
I can tell you.
Yeah, you know the process.
Didn't I get a vision of my mom? Or was it just told?
It was just told. Because that would have been more disturbing.
Witnessing your own birth.
Or witnessing a
Catch!
simple birth.
Catch.
It's a gruesome affair. A shaman has to be there to basically heal the mother back after she's been split from her human stomach down to her hind legs on her horse lower half, and the baby just spills out with all the organs, and then they're kind of just shoved back into place, and healer just seals it completely shut, and all's good to go.
She smiles a bit, and that first bit of, like, dark tiefling strikes her. She's like, that sounds beautiful.
It's definitely something I did not expect, especially hearing it. It's definitely a very brutal birthing method, but
Sounds grisly but interesting.
It's beautiful.
Dear fucking God.
I will agree with you. It is beautiful in its own way, but it's definitely
Some
intimidating.
Tieflings, when they are born, the priestess is sacrificed, and the newborn is bathed in the priestess's blood.
Fascinating.
I had no idea.
We don't do that here. All of our children are born under the light and not in infernal ways.
I've always been like, the more I see infernal artwork and hear of like anything infernal, it just interests me.
Tieflings tend to abide by various lords of the various hells. There is a sect of tieflings, such as myself and my family, and that we go against the grain of tradition and strive to better the people around us and live in harmony with them. We don't believe in appraising the lords of the various hells, and
I wish you guys would have shared with Nikolai what the heck you're doing that.
And- lineage. We don't believe in those ways.
You were there
They're
when we
archaic,
found the
brutal, terrible things.
No. Was never-
Some of the places in the Nine Hells,
Nicholas
the
Prison.
entire
Ever.
roadway is paved with the souls that are trapped there, and you walk amongst them. Torment everywhere you see. Demons being demoted and becoming lesser demons. I advise you this one piece of information: never make a deal with the demon, because you will have to travel to the Nine Hells and kill them to get out of the deal.
Sounds like a terrible place.
Got it.
I will definitely heed your words, but I definitely would like to read a lot more on this, just for my own personal curiosity.
Capital City will be a place to be.
Where would you recommend looking?
The main library, it runs the entire length of all three sections in the city.
That is a very large library. Something tells me we're gonna be in there for a long while.
Mongo just like,
I better pack provisions when I go,
I can
because you
already.
may not see them for a while.
I'm gonna say this. I can already, I imagine Mongo's immediate reaction after hearing how big that library is. He's just like, happiest look on his face, and he's kneading the air. Like,
Yep.
all books. All books.
books and scrolls and everything
Yes.
else there.
I'm seeing the cute, just like, biggest, like, kitten eyes. Like,
Yep, anime cat eyes.
yes.
So as you guys are standing and talking to the lady, a few clerics come in and a few wizards come in, and Plume Tree comes walking in, and he's like, he looks over. Oh, Mongo, my dear boy, I wouldn't miss this for the world. Cayenne,
Hello, Blue Tree.
yeah, still standing. I see. Apparently, in this timeline, you haven't died. That's good.
You get used to it after a while.
That's on there.
It'll take some time.
Oh, Scabbard! You're not a pincushion forever tormented in the ninth reign of hell. That's good to know you didn't make that deal.
That's kind of a good.
That sounds like truly the worst of timelines. I'm glad that has not happened. Thank you, Plum Tree, for now giving me that horrendous thought.
Funny versus what we were just told.
Milady, yes, right, that version. And she's like, Plum Tree, always a displeasure to deal with you.
Who?
Wow.
Yikes.
He takes a little getting used to.
He's like, yes, and you're just a lady, not a queen. She's like, in this chamber I am your queen and you're going to respect me. He's like, right, sorry.
He also has a tendency to think out loud a bit.
You don't.
And one of the teachers comes in and Alufa's like, oh, hi there. Oh, this place is nice.
Hi, Alufa.
Hello, Alufa.
And she's like, oh, hi there. Are you new?
For the time being, yes.
You can consider us friends.
Oh, good. And she kind of walks over and she's like, oh, what are we doing? Oh, hi there. And the lady's like, Alufa, stand here and look adorable. Alufa's like, okay. And she's just kind of looking around, and it's like this very ditzy, like, space look, like, oh! And, she motions to a mage, and the mage just kind of brings her hand up and silences Alufa.
Oh.
They need concentration. And
That's fair.
they start accounting for all the various pieces. And Alufa, she's just standing there mindlessly, just going through the process. And they're like, "Oh, it seems all to be accounted for." Me lady, what do we do? And she's like, "Well, you get on with it, and do what you're provisioned with coin to do." And the few clerics are like, okay. And the mages, there's a few of them there. They're like, oh, okay. And they start making this very elegant circle around Alufa. She starts to go over to one, and it just the first ring is essentially a barrier of holding, so she can't leave.
That way she can't wander off.
Yeah.
Accident.
As she would.
Yeah.
As she
And
has
they,
before.
They start putting all the crystals and the horn pieces in various locations, and they have a scroll that essentially has like where each piece goes and calculations and all of this stuff. It's high arcana.
I'm still trying to pay attention to what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, it's way above your pay grade right now.
Yeah.
And
You're just watching the pretty colors in amazement.
Just about.
yeah, and you see a few more mages come in and they're stretching. Bloomtree goes to the front of the line. He's like, "All right," and he pulls up his sleeves for once.
Oh.
So he pulls out his spell book, and you've seen him pull out a spell book, and he's like, and it splits into 2 spell books. And he makes a gesture. They both open, going to different pages, and then he pulls out his wand and he splits it into 2. He's like, okay.
Is it like conducting a chorus?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Alright.
Okay, so he's fucking simulcasting.
He went
Surprised he didn't split himself in 2.
How to break the player's brain.
Yeah, and they start following step, almost like you said, a chorus going to work, casting various different kinds of spells. The clerics are there, and you see them put down their own spells and start to cast them. And the sphere within it just turns completely almost like a rainbow color and white. And eventually they just kind of the mages are like, okay, we did our job, we're exhausted. Plume Tree's like, ah yes, your arcanic magic was delicious.
He siphoned their magic in order to do this.
Yeah.
Oh no, this must be really bad. Not bad, but really strong.
And his book goes back together, and he puts his wand back together. Ironically, his wand just looks like it broke a stick off of a tree, and there's even a leaf on the very end of it.
It's pretty good.
And it eventually clears, and you see Aloof is actually taller. She's like 5 foot tall, and her horn is long and elegant, and she looks older. Like, not only was she stuck in this loop, she was stuck at that age because of it.
Shit.
And she looks around, and she raises an eyebrow. She has very, angular features, and her hair descends into like long, almost like rainbow pearlescence, and
It looks celestial in some sense.
yeah, and she's like, huh. And she just looks over, oh, hello there. I mean, greetings. And she walks over, she just hugs you super tight. And in this hug, she's warm. It's almost like being hugged by the sunshine.
I'd be hugging her back. She's only 3 inches shorter than me. Holy crap! She was like over a foot and some inches shorter than me. Now, not so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's standing there completely fucking naked, too.
Yeah, I'm covering her for her own decency.
And she's like, oh, right, clothes. Mongo, thank you. Cayenne, thank you.
Of course.
Gavin,
Hi.
noteworthy.
That's fair.
And she immediately turns to the lady and she's like, I have a list of names. And I want them documented and I want their family privileges revoked. And the lady's like, right. I will be waiting for that list. And she's like, good. And the lady's like, I don't mean to spring more emotions on you at this moment, Alufa, but your parents are gone. They've given up their eternal bodies and gone to the aether. And Alufa's like, as they did, they had to eventually just go. It's fine. And she's like, I don't expect to graduate at this point. And the lady's like, oh no, you're graduating. You just have to retake the test. And she just kind of looks very solemn for a few moments, just trying to digest her parents. And the lady's like, all of your privileges will be instated as to where your parents stood within the city. They're being passed on to you, as well as, well, we're in company of others, your vast fortune and home and other things. And she just kind of looks over at all of you and she's like, you'll be rewarded. You deserve it.
I will say this, Alufa, if you ever need anything, and I mean anything, even someone to chat with, please send a message for me.
Alufa just kind of gives a half crooked smile. She's like, I remember everything. Everything.
I'm so sorry if there's anything very terrible you experienced.
Let's just say that there's a lifetime and a half of terrible things that I've gone through. And
That's the
there's
list of names.
Probably more than what we helped with.
Yeah.
Probably lots of assholes fucking with her as those others did.
And she just kind of seems to get lost a little bit in the thoughts, and she's like, do you know what it's like to actually be a centaur, much less a unicorn, and a bunch of bullies that managed to graduate that tried to drown you? But they never actually drowned you, they just kind of, shoved your head underwater, and as soon as you start struggling, you bring you back up. You forget what's going on, and they repeat the process until they get bored and just cut you free and leave you on the beach.
That's some fucked up shit.
If I could find every last person who did that to you, anyone who did anything terrible to you, there wouldn't be anything left. I'd make sure.
Make sure Cayenne doesn't get that list right.
As it seems, we've taken up the hobby of crossing names off of lists.
Oh no, I will handle it.
If you want any help,
We'll be available.
Just know
that
this,
is so much
that
nicer than I was going to say.
if the lady is true to her word, you have very powerful allies in the city.
Lufa, I don't know if it's within my rights, but as King of Essencrest, if you ask, I will do what I can to help.
And she just nods a little bit. And the lady's like, this is going to be a very bloody list. There's going to be families that are going to be put on trial in the royal city.
Oh.
And Castillo,
She just nods.
we are heading there. And,
Do you want us to deliver a warning, or would you like to see the look on the surprise on their faces?
Oh, they'll get messengers more than likely in the middle of the night.
if necessary, I'm pretty sure
She's just fucking.
we would all be willing to actually, stand there beside you during all those trials.
It's going to be a long set of trials. Some of the people are probably scattered to the winds at this point. Some of them are probably dead at this point, and their children are going to suffer for their crimes. To a lesser degree, because I'm not that spiteful.
Definitely don't spare the pieces of shit that we got to deal with. Don't spare them at all, because I didn't want to.
The lady steps in. It's not known knowledge for a lot of the more common people, because Alufa's been around a very long time. The plume tree is like, understatement.
How fucking old is she?
She's a unicorn. That's all I'm gonna
Practically
say.
immortal.
The lady just is like, her parents helped actually found the city and build the magical school. She's one of the oldest families in the city.
Ancient.
Damn, does that mean
Fuck.
she's older than the Lord and Lady?
No.
Okay.
She's
She's
probably
still
one of the first
considered
kids
ancient.
born in the fucking city.
That's
Jesus.
pretty
That
significant.
can only help all you.
Such a bad spot.
Sophie?
I have kicked her in the face 3 times now.
She doesn't care.
She doesn't
It's
care.
human
I feel
contact.
bad.
Honestly, when I'm sitting down and I'm like doing gaming, she's under my feet, and every time I drop my foot down, I'll bump her. And she just kind of stretches and just like wraps around my foot.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, attention. Yay.
Yeah. So, you talk to Alufa a little bit longer, and the lady's like, I'll get her situated. You can come back tomorrow, talk to her. Or go to her home and talk to her. She needs to get her thoughts together.
Yeah.
It's like you basically like waking up from a coma with amnesia and then instantly remembering your entire life, the good and the bad.
Yeah. Give Lufa another hug before we head off. Give her space.
She comes over, picks you up, Mongo, and she hugs you. And it's just like being hugged by like a nice, warm, sunny day. Because of the energy she's giving off.
Yeah. While I'm up there, I'll just tell her, it's like, even though your parents may be gone, you'll always have family with us.
She just smiles at that and she ruffles your fur a little bit. Scratches you behind the ear.
The foot going?
Nah.
Okay.
I could imagine your tail being like this, though.
Yeah.
Very snow wag.
What do I have?
Nikolai, where are
Yes.
you off to? Oh, the blacksmith.
The blacksmith
yeah.
first, so if you can get a display of the highest quality metal that you can afford.
The blacksmith is like, I'm currently out of just about anything except for tin. The school is starting back up with certain classes, and they just bought out all the metal as soon as I got it in stock.
Really?
I got plenty of tin.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You have a pleasant day.
I'll head to the vault then and see if there's a supply of materials there.
Yeah,
That's my
You know,
next stop.
I'm looking for a supply of good metals to use.
yeah. Where do you guys head off to? I'm sure you guys are talking amongst yourselves about that.
Well,
Yeah.
I have to go to the vaults, but before I do, I'll share the information with the lady about a certain guard who may potentially be a problem. Because if they're quick to judge Scavard for thinking that he's just a peasant, what happens if he's tricked into thinking an actual peasant posing as a noble?
Fair enough.
It's like
Basically, considering any, I would assume any races outside of tiefling or elf that's not dressed royal.
Yeah.
it's understandable because he showed up looking
Okay.
like dirt. But yeah, it's like
So, you guys have been, do you go with to the vault, or do you guys split off?
I'd go with them to the vault, but I wouldn't stay there too long.
Yeah.
As I don't think there was anything in the vault the last time I was there that was of any use to me.
Yeah. You go with?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah. You get to the bank, and you hear idle chatter behind you, and you turn around on Ace's head, and the rest of
was
the
left with.
Oh, yeah.
nothing extra.
you see your family basically approaching.
Oh, hey guys.
sitting on Feisty's back waving.
In midair.
Yeah.
Go to the vault.
So many weird looks.
The blacksmith is all out of metal. I wonder
Really?
if our parents left anything.
Maybe we're here to. I'm here to pick up a couple of coin, but also to see if they left something behind.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, Feisty. Where we're going, you need to be very, very careful. It can be very dangerous, so let's try and stay close, please. 'Cause I don't want you to get hurt. And granted, if something does happen, it can be fixed. But let's not find out.
So you're heading to the vault. What are you looking for in the vault?
See if Noodle's armor's in there.
Okay. Do an investigation for me. What are you looking for?
Looking for like a supply of materials, like Nikolai has basically two fucking entire carts in his bag of holding. So maybe his parents have acquired something of the sorts, and there's some good metals in there.
Yeah, do an investigation for me. Same for you.
25.
Are you looking for anything?
Just anything that could be deemed useful to Cayenne in travels, whether it be some kind of blade, jars, or even some kind of armor.
Do an investigation.
And taking
What would
all
you
the
get?
time you
Armor
let
and
me
then
take.
like the same but applied.
What'd you get?
25.
25?
Let's see if they have one in there. I'm looking for a shield,
I got an 8.
but I'm also
An
going to
8?
see if I can't find like a bag of holding. Who
It's
knows?
investigation, so I can't re-roll that.
You don't find Noodle's armor. It's misplaced somewhere. You do find an actual, like, it looks mediocre as far as a spoon goes, but it feels magical.
A spoon.
Magical spoon.
Magic spoon.
Magical spoon.
Yeah. And, you work with Cayenne a little bit, and, hi!
It was a 23.
You do find, actually, a page that's obviously from, like, probably your mother's book. And it's, written in some sort of blood you can't recognize. And it's a prayer for, you recognize it as a prayer for the lady.
I will very carefully place that in my book.
15, but I'm taking all the time you'll let me take. So
You go through the vault. You're looking for the metals you need.
or bags of holding that I can maybe just turn inside out.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you find one, I'll take it. I'm looking for a shield and a bag of holding.
You do find a piece of mithril,
Okay.
and it's like a block of like mithril.
Okay.
And you go to pick it up, you can't budge it at all.
Weird.
You don't find a bag of holding. You do find a wooden shield that has like scrapes, claw marks, scratches,
Better than nothing.
and on the very back of it, where the handhold part is, there's a tally.
Pick it up.
Oh, that was your fucking dad's. I
Probably.
know.
Feels nice.
So I can't budge this block of what I see as mithril at all.
Yeah.
Hey, Cayenne, can you move this?
You see like this block of mithril. It's like sitting on a table, and Nikolai's.
It's like maybe like the size of this or something.
Yeah, and Ace tried to move it, and he couldn't move it.
Oh, I didn't. He's not with me.
Oh no, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you couldn't even budge it. Yeah, you can try and move it.
I'll try to move it.
You go to try and move it, it doesn't move at all.
What the heck?
I'll at least take a look at it, see if it's locked in there because of magic or some shit.
Yeah,
Do an Arcana.
yeah. Definitely check for something like that for sure.
Wonder. I'm gonna go see the sword. Probably can't pick it up yet. But I want to see if there's been any changes to it.
Maybe
Yeah.
18 for me on Arcana. See if it's like locked in with like Arcane Lock or something
23.
like that.
23. You're looking at this and you're studying it a little bit, and you tap it a little bit, and you realize how cheeky his dad is, that he basically magically locked this in place.
You need to dispel magic. What would I have to roll for that?
Nothing. You reach out and you touch the sword. You don't budge the sword, but you do see where the blade is broken off. You see it starting to glow and form a glowing ethereal blade.
Huh.
The flicker of it is very faint and it eventually just goes out. But it's definitely an improvement.
What do you make of this, Mongo?
Oh, your father locked it.
Lock it? The fuck do you lock it? The hell?
Oh.
Is this spell to lock it in place?
I'm
Alright.
really fucking surprised.
That's just annoying.
Your dad is an
back over
asshole.
Saying.
I'm gonna walk back over to
What the hell?
Yeah, you see him
I
looking at
can't
this
use
block
that,
of
Dad.
mithril.
What the fuck, man?
What's,
I mean,
what's
from
going
how
on
his
here?
father spoke in those visions, he was more annoying than Nikolai.
So
The face was very,
Well,
very kickable and stompable.
See
and
this big block of metal?
hanging from a
Yeah.
tree.
I could use it to make Ace an awesome suit of armor.
Okay.
But my dad thought it would be a good idea for some reason to lock it onto this table.
Could it possibly be because your
That's-
dad was paranoid of most people and probably thought that the rest of his traveling party would steal from him?
Maybe. You know what?
That's,
Oh, very casually.
You know
Why
what I'm
would
going
I have
to do?
use for mithril? I don't like man-made.
I'm going to...
mithril you would actually be okay with. It's elven made.
What I'll do is
It's
I
next to
will
my lip.
hold on to...
You can actually wear mithril armor.
I'll hold on to the amulet and then make sure I touch the block with my father's ring on.
Okay, you do that.
Does it move? Am I allowed to move it?
by the way,
You go flying backwards, and you hear your father's voice, and it says,
it's not the magic word.
And you're laying there on the ground, sprawled out, as you take 7 points of psychic damage.
What the fuck?
Did you just fucking Jurassic Park
And you,
him?
you see smoke coming off of him.
That's fucking great.
I killed myself.
What the hell?
Oh, that was great. Oh, I'm
So-
lightheaded.
For the rest of the day, after you leave the vault, what are you gonna do?
Well, first I want to make sure Pongo knows, because he's kind of our banker. 20, 40, 60, 80.
You need to message him
60,
yeah.
that. what
Can you
he's-
make that make sense?
Just fucking send me a message.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you do for the rest of the day?
Essentially, I was gonna do just idle shopping, like get like a new shirt or something to go with like my vest and my armor. Just some kind of common clothes that I can lounge around in when I travel through town and not look like I'm going into battle every time.
That's how you get your discounts.
I
She battles for them.
can't intimidate every time. Okay.
So yeah, it's easy enough to get that, and
He's spending the day he
Yeah.
can until trying to figure out how to get that off there until either just before he's
Yeah, but
dead or someone comes and
Definitely
gets
not
him.
get rid of the.
Mongo, would you be kindly and drag off the mouse so he doesn't kill himself?
Essentially.
He footballs you and carries you off. He's like, he looks like he's been like stuck his hand in the light socket because his fur is just sticking up in every
I
direction.
will seriously attempt to break that grapple.
He tries to break the grapple. I'm just gonna fucking keep going.
I mean,
And
he's small
he
enough
stays
you could
behind.
pick him up. I have to go and make good on a promise to Feisty.
That would be an 18.
But I also have to
Roll
try
a,
his
uh,
bound.
Oh, I
strength.
have advantage on that. I'll take the 18.
Let's teach him the wrong fucking lesson. Just to fuck with him.
I will meet you guys back at the
What do you
house,
say?
at the keep. I have some matters to attend to. Take care.
I missed. Yeah, you win.
Slip out and go back to this block of metal. Like, what the fuck?
15.
You wouldn't be that stupid until the point where you basically die.
Well, no, he's trying to figure it out. He's going to spend some time to figure it out. He sees it as a challenge.
Oh,
You need to be marking off your restore balance.
Sorry, I only used it once.
You've used it
I
twice.
only used it once.
I just
You
remembered.
used it earlier in the session.
Yeah. It's the only time I used it. Because
Yeah,
of,
see,
was
that
it
makes
stout
sense.
nimbleness I have advantage on to break
And-
grapple checks.
Before we set out to take care of the temple, I got a hold of a spell, and I have yet to actually try it out. If I do it right, I get to make
Stout nimbleness gives me advantage on scrap to break
mushrooms.
grapples.
So you're gonna go get feisty barbecue.
I have to go to
Of
about that bounty and let
Varying
him know about the
sizes.
lizard, and then feisty barbecue
That's
because I promised it.
interesting.
Yeah, that's easy enough to get taken
It's about
care
like
of in the bounty.
My book that I got.
You give the same information
Was
basically
gifted to
that
me
Nikolai
from
gave
the lady.
before.
Yeah, and that
It's
I
written in
actually have a
language that
means
only I can
to track
understand.
this wizard.
Actually, I can create my own dangerous little mushrooms.
Come on.
oh,
It's a lot of.
You
learning
get 50
curve.
gold
It takes
pieces.
a lot of components and it takes a lot of time. So it's the. Let's take a long time to cultivate.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
So
So
by
you're
the
gonna
way,
show her the mushroom spell?
yep.
Okay.
I sent it to you.
I believe that's a different size category.
Yeah.
So you
I'm
guys
not
had,
casting it in here. I'm gonna go
Yeah.
somewhere where it's safe in case I fuck it up.
yeah, you take him out to the forest essentially. He's probably complaining about like sticks and debris and dirt, but he's starting to get used to it because he's adventuring.
I would have made sure to find a nice cleared out, just basically a short grassy area.
And you're going to cast that spell.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a performance for me. Did I send it to you as a note?
What?
I rolled a natural 20 on that.
Nice.
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 By the way, Tom, I sent the.
I saw.
Okay.
Are you burning the scroll, or did you put in your book?
No, I'm gonna keep a. I would have at some point in time probably made a copy of it, so that way I can actually like learn the spell.
So he does the semantics for this, and he pulls out the component, which is like the dried mushroom cap, and he throws it at the end. You see the mushroom cap land in the grass, and nothing happens. Nothing goes off, and it's just still. And
I start checking back through to see.
And as you start going back to the scroll, you hear the ground rumble and shake as this gargantuan mushroom sprouts up. And a few birds just take off out of the forest.
Gargantuan, so like 30 feet tall. Jesus Christ.
This thing's the size of a house.
You're standing in the... You can probably see it from town.
How long until we hear guards approaching?
Probably not long.
I thought you took care of that mushroom temple.
You're standing in the street and you're eating barbecue and the ground rumbled slightly and you're like, oh, it's just the mage school. And off in the distance you see a giant mushroom sprout up. And you assume that the mushroom deity is in an avatar.
Is it sentient?
No.
It's just a mushroom.
It's a
Yeah.
big ass mushroom.
Okay.
That is exactly why I didn't cast it when we were on our way to that. Because if what the fuck ever his name is got a hold of this, we would be fucked on such an epic level. It's actually kind of funny.
I think it wears off after a while or it's permanent. One of the two.
I don't fucking remember. I'm gonna have to look through. I know I fucking wrote stuff down.
Oh, bye.
So you said you can.
I'm gonna walk toward the mushroom because you said it's not sentient.
No, it's just like insanely big and...
I'm gonna go over to investigate to see if it's poisonous.
Alright, do a nature. Nikolai, what are you doing?
I'm not gonna
Trying to
yomp
figure
it,
out how to
though.
get this block unlocked.
Hopefully not yomp it at a 13.
A 13?
Spend a couple hours before we have to leave. Nothing else I can do in town.
It's kind of a soggy mushroom because it's so big. You stick your hand on it, it's like... And there's some yuck that comes off with it.
Okay, so depending on how your book works, if I can do something like that, we can solve a lot of problems for the fucking kaiju mushroom.
A kaiju mushroom. Oh my god, you guys are batshit insane.
Come on, who the here
Not-
doesn't want to fucking see a kaiju mushroom?
I'm not gonna
You
lie,
could literally
with,
make...
with seeing how big this mushroom is, I'm probably gonna take some pieces of it.
Oh, that's easy enough.
Honestly, you could probably make like a little walking like castle.
Oh, hi. I got bapped.
I get it that you're not letting Nikolai have this right now. I totally get it. Nikolai's stubborn and is getting tired of having to fix Ace.
Yes, but you're also not stupid, and
Yes,
you're
I know.
treating him like he's stupid, and he's going to do it until he dies.
No, I didn't say that. He's going to make a couple tries, see if he figures out. If he can't, he's going to leave.
It's fair enough.
He's not going to just try one time and say, well, fuck that. And, no.
Yeah, you spend the better part of the afternoon there.
Okay.
You try lifting up the table, nothing happens. You're trying to move it. You can't even budge the table that it's sitting on. You're like, my dad is an asshole.
Kick rocks as I leave.
Kick a few stray coins. You can feed a small village with that spell. Yes, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Mushroom stew for days.
Take one last look
Bucks.
on the way out after
Probably.
getting up after an hour or so.
feed half this city with that one shroom.
So, you take another look around. You don't spot anything interesting. And then you pause for a moment. You go over and you go over to one of the miscellaneous tables and you push something aside. And you just stand there for a few moments as you're looking at this picture frame that's made from just like, miscellaneous things. Like one of the family members had made it.
Okay.
And it's a sketch of all the family members together as like a group photo, essentially.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I'll take that one.
Pocket, go with.
Yep.
So guards do eventually show up. And you have to explain to a few mages and whatnot what's going on. And
I'd show the mages the spell.
They take a copy of the spell. They try to dispel it, doesn't work, and they immediately just call out some workers and start disassembling said mushroom to be taken off for food in various places, a few to be studied. No, I'm moving on. Anyway, we talked about that later.
Spell didn't work.
And, yeah. So,
We took care of a gobble problem, and then we fed the entire city.
Just,
We're gonna
you
be
couldn't
weird.
smell the mushroom.
so the next morning comes, and as you guys are at your home, preparing to basically leave to the big city.
We come home, we leave.
And you're packing your stuff.
Presume there's a mantle at her house. I'll put the picture of the.
Yeah, you guys
Over
come
the
back,
mantle.
and you head into the home in the central area. You all seem to notice at once there's now a picture there of a group picture of the Obscura.
Looking at this, I'll probably just take a moment. We have a lot to live up to.
And Osling comes in and she's like, "Oh, everybody's home."
Yeah, I found that in the vault.
She looks over. "Oh, that's them.
Uh huh.
Okay. How'd your day go?" "I got everything cleaned. I'm good at that.
We actually fixed a lupus horn.
That's an accomplishment."
Well,
Did you see that the guards were under a lot of commotion for some reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but there was a lot of people bringing back mushrooms.
Oh.
I was in the vault all day.
So,
What happened?
a Mongo
I
new spell. He wanted to show it to me, so we went out into the forest where it was much safer. He cast a spell, thought it did not work, but summoned a giant 30-foot mushroom.
What?
ta-da!
A non-sentient one.
And so just a really big mushroom?
Really big edible mushroom.
That explains why the guards are bringing in those chunks of mushroom and workers.
Guards were
Also, in regards to a loofah, Mongo found all the pieces, and we went to the Lord and Lady's place.
How
These
come you
two,
guys never share anything with me?
you were there when Mongo was talking to Cayenne about finding all the pieces.
I don't remember that. I don't remember being there.
didn't say it very loudly.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you
Nikolai
remember when
being
you
there.
were you and Bill were taking care of that big fucking spider?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I sort of. You know that little. Let's show him the box.
Oh, the box that you blew up the cart with?
One fucking time.
Well, that's what happened.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting something like that to kind of happen, but more directed at the big fucking fuck off bug.
Look,
Okay.
the things that happen with Smiley are in the past.
Yeah, but it still happened.
I was expecting something like the boom.
Okay.
I instead, in a inadvertently relocated all of the pieces to Alufa's horn.
Is there a spell that does that?
Kind of.
Oh,
Could
that
do a lot of
seems oddly
things, but
specific.
That's what happened.
It's okay. Why don't you share things with me?
It's hard to. You're always gone.
He's not always gone. It's
Okay,
just a
not
lot of
always.
us don't always share right away.
That's something we do need to work on together.
It's like, if I'm not being asked to do something, I'm trying to work on stuff for the future.
It's understandable.
Blip walks into the room, and Block does too. They're just kind of like nibbling on like some barbecue sauce. That
They're
he
like
likes
as
to give
tall
him.
as Nikolai now, aren't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're actually they'd be a little taller.
yeah.
Because
They're
isn't
like
Noodle
they're like
taller?
beanstalks with like this like mushroom, and underneath it's like a glow.
Whoa!
No.
You guys got big.
And they're like, everybody needs to make a reflex saving throw at disadvantage.
All of us.
Here we go.
Yep.
Oh, goody!
That's Dex, yeah.
1!
Nice.
Dex is your reflex save.
Yeah.
Fucking fuck.
You get a 1 too?
19 and
One.
9.
Oh, what also?
I don't have to roll again.
Since
I
you,
got
since
a
you made
one.
me roll at disadvantage.
So,
You said that was Dex?
yeah,
I didn't even have to roll
okay,
again.
so 9,
It was just a 1.
12.
12. I think Osling stole all the luck with that natural 20.
Yeah.
Because she's used to it. And they're like, new trick. Big bang.
Oh,
And they go like this to each other, almost like the fusion dance.
Oh
and
my
just
god.
Boom!
oh.
And you guys just see nothing but white.
I
And your
don't even
ears
have my
are
goggles.
ringing slightly.
I don't have my goggles on since we're inside, so
So
I'm
flash
blind.
Yeah. And your ears are
Literally a
slightly
flash.
ringing.
The
The-
centaur with the stigmatisms. The stigmatism's even worse.
and it's a flashbang so powerful that it actually causes ringing in your ears.
I just gotta ask, what the fuck was the save on this? How high was that?
And
So instead of fade to black, we'll fade to just white. For the
I'm like, hey guys, rubbing my eyes. What do we
We'll
call?
just fade to fuck you, you're blind.
Hey guys, what do we call ourselves?
the flashbang mafia.
The
The
Obscura
fucking
had a
blind
name.
leading the blind is what we're fucking calling ourselves at the moment.
The Obscura had a name. We have to have a name too.
So I'm gonna move things. You guys spend the rest of the night recovering from that, laughing a bit. Osling takes you aside and teaches you a new lesson. She gives you some commands for the bird using druidic magic, where you can make them like id, small and portable, not so large.
Oh, good.
what?
Now their stealth went the fuck through the roof. That's great.
So she got druid spell or ability to make the bird small and portable.
Yeah.
They can now sit on her shoulders like it can.
That's pretty fucking dope, actually.
And,
They have 2 little attack raptors.
The next day, there's a knock on the door. It's mid-morning. You guys have been doing preparations. You answer the door, and it's Alufa, and she's in very beautiful garb. Robes, even, as well. And she comes in, and she's like, headed off to Casil.
We are.
Who's you?
Yes, we are.
This is Alufa.
Lufa's the little King one.
Yes. When her horn was fixed. This is what she turned into. This is the real Alufa.
When her horn was broken, she was not only stuck at her appearance, but also at the age that she appeared as.
Oh.
She was trapped in time.
Effectively.
Oh, wow.
With the repair of her horn, this is who she really is.
Hi.
She's like,
I think I met you one more time. One
Nikolai.
time before. Ah, you remember my name? Hi.
yeah. And she just offers you a little tiny little square package.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Gonna open it?
Sure. Open it up.
You open it up, and it's a beautiful little cheesecake.
Oh,
Nikolai-sized cheesecake for
Thank you.
himself.
That's pretty great.
That's adorable.
She's like, I'm here to thank you guys again, and your home will be looked after by various people that I'm now in contact with, and you guys are going to Casil today, I'm guessing.
We
yeah.
are by airship.
By airship. So cool.
Don't know
So
exactly.
stoked.
Don't know
that
exactly
reminds
how
me,
long
we
it'll
may
take
need
to be
to
there, but it'll be the first time any of us has been on an airship. It'll be interesting.
I was on the airship before.
Oh, you didn't?
Or
share
just
this with us?
sign against
Yes,
the
I
wall.
did.
Oh, you did. Oh well, Nikolai has been before,
Oh,
but
so
what's that
busy.
frying pan with? That'll take care of it.
never mind.
I think Nikolai's I've been on an airship before. I think he'll be fine.
She just
We
kind of
probably
smiles.
won't see him anyway.
4 feet below on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you.
And she looks around, she's like, I want to thank you. My family's indebted to you. Well, I'm the last remaining member of my family, so I'm indebted to you. I'm learning a lot about my family and the history that I lost. If you ever find yourselves in the Feywild, we have a home there that you're welcome to use.
Oh, thank you.
Cool. Cool.
I would love
Thank
to
you,
go there.
Alufa. But you really don't owe us anything. What we did because we wanted to.
She just kind of smiles and she's like, she reaches out and gives you a small package, Mongo.
You don't have to get us anything.
Take it.
Well, thank you very much.
She hands you a gift as well.
I will hold it in one hand and give her a hug with my other free arm. Tell her thank you.
And she gives something to Oslin, and Oslin takes a step back and she's like, what are you doing?
She's giving you a gift, Osling. It's okay.
Gifts usually come with threats at the end of a knife. And Alufa's like, no, just take it.
There you go. Mantis too. Spoon.
She gives you a package as well.
Take it. Bow for her.
Yeah.
It's probably weird to have a king bow to you, but it's something that
I'll
Scabbard
open mine
does
beside Osling.
respectfully.
Yeah, Oslin's looking at you as you open yours, and yeah, it's actually kind of nice. It's like a small mantle that you can wear that has very beautiful fur on it. Basically, keep you warm or comfortable on cold nights.
Definitely smiling big at this. This is really nice. Thank you, Lufa.
Yeah, and it's made from this really nice, beautiful leather as well.
Yeah, open mine too.
You open up yours, Mongo, and she's like, from one mage to another, I've gotten you something special that was just laying around my father's study. Those are 3 scrolls. Unfortunately, they're rather weak. But whatever first year spells that you want will appear on each scroll and solidify.
That
Been
big old
given
grin
3
on his
catch-ups.
face. I guess I'll open mine. Such a huge grin.
My god, I just gave him a mage boner.
Sorry.
And you open up yours,
wand
and
boner.
you see it's a flatter box
A
that he
wander?
built. And you reach in and you pull it out, and it's a cloak with your family signet on it.
Lufa, thank you so much. Put it on.
Yeah, it's in your family colors as well. And it's got a hood that you can actually pull up that's designed to sit around your actual horns.
That's pretty cool.
It's got horn holes.
Yeah, 4 holes.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So, you bid your farewells to Alufa. She takes you to the airship. various people are just looking over at her. A few of the older people are just kind of like approaching her and just talking to her here and there. And some people are, of course, trying to approach her and being like, you know, they see her as a person of status, so they want to approach her because of that. And
I'd probably be staying kind of close by and just kind of glaring at weird people getting near her.
yeah, now that she's restored, she's very regal and beautiful and very calmly collected, despite the fucking clusterfuck of a mess in her head.
You know, in Casil, we're probably going to have to wear more appropriate and formal attire. Especially in the actual court.
She just, Alufa looks over and she's like, Cayenne, you do wonderfully. Remember, best hoof forward.
I know.
Yeah, but she's 4 left hooves, so which one's the best one?
Don't make me put one in your mouth, Nikolai.
Am I lying?
So,
I don't do stairs. I don't do anything that's not flat.
That's
As most
fair.
centaurs are the same way.
Look, it's fair.
4 hooves
She
on the
may
ground.
be a centaur, but she's our centaur, and she's one of the best ones out there. And she's our sister.
so
It's okay to make a couple of rooms here and there, but don't push it.
she will curb stomp you. So, you approach the airship, get on it, you're given rooms. You immediately probably start making tea for your sister. Even though you're on this like airship, there's still kind of like a rock to it.
Look,
And
a ship is a ship. It's gonna rock.
yeah.
If this
I don't
airships are
know
rocking,
why
don't come a
people
knocking.
like these things.
So, you get comfortable for the trip there. The trip is significantly shorter, and Alufa gets a little curious, and she goes out and looks over, and she's like, I don't like this, but the view is beautiful. I'm going to go back inside now. Yeah, you can just see passing over the peaks of the mountain very easily, and clouds are actually, you can almost reach out and touch them, and
How long does it take to get there?
it doesn't take that long. I mean, it's a literally just cutting across the land.
A couple days, maybe?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
It's probably like a day's worth of travel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just a few
Definitely
hours.
be. I'd be making at least a decently sized like kettle of tea, so I could have at least more than one cup, and still have plenty to share with like 2 more people if they wanted like a glass each,
Oh,
or
that's-
more people.
I would
Starboard.
knock on their door
Mm-hmm.
and offer them what barbecue that I took with. So that
Yeah.
way they have something to eat.
Feisy's been under a bed this entire time. The bed just like precariously on top of her because she's so big. But she's under the bed. She's still kitten in that way.
I'd ask Starboard if she'd let me use this quarter of her shop so I can fix my Reach Magica.
Yeah. She.
Well,
even
it's
helps
going to
with
be a
you.
day. That should be enough time to fix it.
Yeah. And you. Eventually, you know, Nikolai does come back to you guys like, hey guys. And he approaches you, and it's to go see the city as you guys approach from this angle. And Osling's like, I'm going to stay here with the cat.
I'll probably go to where I can stay seated and still get a view because I'm
Yeah.
not standing up.
And you finally get to see the actual capital city as you crest over. And you see various like signals going off and from the ship to the capital city. And you see this large halo over the city and various ships coming and going. And
She's going to observe those signals, see if it makes sense out of them.
tinkering. And you see these massive crystals floating there. They're like the size of like a double-story tavern.
Damn.
And you see like the peaks come up almost like a U shape around the actual city.
Like a bull.
Yeah, like
22.
almost like a bowl, and you see like there's snow along these peaks because they're so high, and yet the docking area is even higher.
Basically Arizona's bull.
And you see these battle towers on top of these peaks nestled into the stone. What'd you get?
22.
22? They're basically friendly foe signals.
Okay.
And you know
Saw
that
him
there-
before, basically.
And there's other communications obviously going on that you're not seeing.
Okay.
The other things between mages and whatnot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're still on the airship. I know Cayenne would definitely take time with Osling to ask Lufa about proper attire.
Yeah, that's
Mm.
easy enough. You're given that info.
Yeah.
And yeah, you see this massive just floating ring with all these cities coming and going, and you see it just go straight down like some sort of magical platforming. And you can see the castle past that basically conceal it comes in between like a split in the mountains. And then there's like this large lower crest, and then it curves up to like another section, then it curves up to the actual castle, which is massive. And even the castle has dozens of war towers to it.
In this time, I'd probably spend some time changing into my fine clothes.
Yeah, and
My
then
royal attire.
as you get closer, you see where it comes out from the city. It goes out to actual like ground-based docks as well. And you're just seeing how massive
city.
this city is.
Big city.
And eventually you dock at Casil, and it jars you instantly because it's not a smooth dock. It comes in and it's just like almost like a boat hitting the dock. It's just like, oh god.
Sharp nails going into the closest wood thing and gripping with death strength.
And Starbar comes in and she's like, well, we're here. Nikolai, you're to stay on the docks because there's someone that wants to speak to you. The rest of you will be going down to the tavern that you will be staying at. We already sent forward the arrangements. You just have to pay your way.
What's the name of it?
The Sleepy Meadow.
The Sleepy Meadow.
So you leave the ship. You, Nikolai, head off with Starbar.
Okay.
You
Was I
part-
able to get the reach magic fixed in time?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
repaired.
Is
You-
this in the upper, the middle, or the lower district of Casino?
It's in the mid district and the loft. Basically, you come down. There's the warehousing district for all the stuff offloading, and then around that is the giant marketplace. And then the loft is on the midsection, which is like essentially the middle class.
Oy.
Yeah.
On my way out of the airship, I'd probably be asking, it's like, I'm expecting somebody to come in, but I don't know when or where. How do I...
You can ask out one of the royal information at a guard post, essentially.
Oh, thank you.
Safe travels. And there's a lot of gnomes up here working and tinkerers going about things, and you're so happy once you get down to the loft and being on flat ground, and
Yeah,
there's lots of bustle around you and people.
I'm shakily leading Osling down, and my ears are as pinned as flat against the sides of my head as possible.
Yeah, she's the same way. She's like, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this.
Vision's a little pink around the edges.
And you get to the tavern, and you head inside, and the entrance to the tavern's not like your typical one. It goes up and it curves around, and it's decorated with all this leafry. And there's this large water fountain, and it curves up around the fountain to like a central area. And you head up into this tavern. There's people coming and going from it. Being in the big city is very different than the town you came from. There's a lot more foot traffic. There's guards posted in various places. But you go in, and you approach to talk to essentially the front desk. And this lady looks over at you, and she's smoking a long pipe, and she's got beautiful brown skin and these golden flakes across her, and her hair is done up in a bun. And it's instantly that tension you had from the trip here is just removed from you. As you see, she has fuzzy ears, some finer angular details. She takes another smoke at the pipe, and you can see it going down. She's wearing this beautiful, clothing. It's warmer in here. like there's magical in the air to keep it warmer, almost like a savanna style. But as it goes down, you follow your gaze. She's got both her front legs crossed, and she's a big black panther from the waist down.
That's fucking cool.
Full-sized tabaxi.
And she's just like, welcome.
When you say you said front legs are crossed.
Yeah.
So she's a Philotar then.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a centaur that happens to...
She's a panther centaur.
Yeah.
So a Philotar.
That is...
That's a thing?
Whereas deer centaurs would be servitars. And then you also have rabbit centaurs too. And elephant. And giraffe.
Yeah.
There's actually many different types of centaurs. It's not
Yeah.
just horses.
And she found that out in the vision. And along her shoulders, you can see the various, like, spots that she would have if she had fur. And she's like, welcome to me humble abode. How may I serve you? Would you like a room?
Actually, I believe we already have one here, but it needs to be paid.
Ah, right. Names. Each of you.
Scavered. Bow.
Cayenne.
Mom, go.
Ah. And she brings her other hand up and snaps her fingers, and a book appears, and it goes through the pages, and she's like, ah, the deluxe suite. At a discount. For now.
For now.
Thank you very much.
There is one other that is not here with us right now, but they will be here later, and that would be Nikolai.
Oslin's like, what in the nine hells is going on?
I'm moved that you remembered.
And you, Nikolai, you're led to start with Starbar, and you're led into an office. There's all these gnomes coming and going and tinkering apparatuses, and there's war forges here and other things. And this gnome approaches you, and she's actually quite beautiful for a gnome.
Okay.
And she comes over to you, and she's like, Nikolai.
Yes.
No.
And she just smiles.
That was
future wife.
good.
And she just smiles, and she's like, right, I
You know-
miscalculated and didn't introduce myself. Yeah, they call me Cog.
Cog?
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you, Cog.
Rather generic name, but my title is way too long, and it's in Gnomish.
I know how it goes.
And this gnome walks by. Her name is about a page long.
Ugh.
Fuck.
No.
Damn, how many
Wow.
titles does she have?
See, the more accomplished they are, the more titles they get.
She's like, Nikolai,
Yes. Cog.
I sent for you and your family,
Why?
but you're more important. And she's like, come into my office. We gotta talk.
Okay.
And you follow her in, and she closes the door, and she's like, I know your father. And that's where we're going to end it for tonight.
So, new or no?
It's okay, buddy.
So that's where we're going to end it tonight. You guys have made it to Casil. You've met some new characters and some new locations.
We accomplished quests. We still need to find
Yes.
a name for ourselves.
Was that new or no?
have one, jackass.
New.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we're not orphans anymore.
And
We are.
yeah, so
Just because we
we're
know who our parents are doesn't mean mixed up. Sorry.
going to go ahead and call it a night here. We've entered Casil finally, tied up a lot of loose ends, and a lot of new ends just opened up.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we hope to see you next week, and we are going to crack this one open.
No, to be fair,
Oh, no.
depending on what goes on, some of us may crap ourselves.
Yeah. Pretty hefty ending there, but yeah, we hope to see you next week, and yeah, see where this goes.
This was a session.
Oh, yeah. We hope you have a safe week, you have a good night, and yeah, chillax.
Have a
Stay
Good
Well,
night,
guys,
everybody.
too.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye.
Sorry of the sniffles.
Bye-bye.
Getting over it.
Bye-bye.